chairman is responsible for maintaining order at council meetings. The chief executive officer is responsible for health, wellbeing and safety of all present, and the chairperson of or the chief executive officer may require a person to leave council premises following any behaviour that falls short of these expectations, and it is an offence to hinder or disrupt a council meeting. And public attendees are requested to register their attendance prior to entering the meeting, and I'm presuming that all of you have done that. And a reminder to everybody here present that this council is being recorded and is being live streamed. So the first item on the agenda is attendance, and there is only one apology today from Councillor Julie Sladden, who is on leave of absence.
Sorry, I have Joy.
Oh, yes. And also, Councillor Joy Allen is not attending today due to illness. Item number 2 is the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 16th of June 2026, and the recommendation is that the minutes of the Council's ordinary meeting held on the 16th of June 2026, numbered 26/95 to 26/111, as provided to councillors, be received and confirmed as a true record of proceedings, and those minutes can be found from page 9 to page 82 of this agenda. May I please have a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Ireland. A seconder, please. Councillor Lyons. Councillor Ireland, any comments? Councillor Lyons. Councillors, any comments? Thank you. Minutes are accepted. Oh, yes, and I need to take a vote. All those in agreement? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Item number 3 is late items, and as far as I'm aware, there are no late items today. Item number 4 is the declaration of interest in a matter of a councillor. Are there any for today's meeting? Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So declaring a non-pecuniary interest in item 17.1. I've made a formal representation to Georgetown for the proposed development in Councillor Lana's motion at a later stage. So because I'm participating in the statutory pathway under the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act of 1993, I'm unable to debate the motion before me today in a councillor capacity.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Yes, Councillor Lana.
I too have a declaration of interest, non-pecuniary conflict. So the matter.
Can you put? Can't hear.
The matter that the declaration relates is the 17.1.1 item on the agenda, notice of motion in my name. Motion on urgent intervention request to Firmus Data Centre, being the proposed Firmus AI factory at Bell Bay, Georgetown, DA 202629, referred to in planning documents as GEE01, together with any related development application, referral, information request or submission concerning that project that comes before West Tamar Council. The nature of the interest, this is quite a lengthy document, is noted. Assessment under clause 4 is noted. So the reasonable person test under clause 6B is that I have considered whether a fair-minded, reasonably informed person aware of the facts in clause 1 would reasonably apprehend that I might not bring an impartial mind to any matter concerning this project that comes before this council. So this will, I ask that my declaration be tabled so that the community is aware that I won't be in the room when the motion comes up, and I won't be taking part in the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Item number 5 is public question time, and the general rules for public question time and questions without notice for those that haven't attended council community input time before, is that 30 minutes maximum for public question time and public questions. Any one speaker is allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to make one statement and/or up to 3 questions. For clarity, a member of the public has a maximum of 5 minutes total, irrespective of making a statement, asking questions, or a combination of thereof. A question will be answered if the information is known, otherwise it will be taken on notice and responded to in writing in the statutory time period. If a member of the public hinders or disrupts a meeting, or tries to hinder or disrupt a meeting, or refuses to leave a closed meeting, or uses obscene or offensive language, the chairman may take responsible steps to remove the person from the ordinary or closed meeting, including requesting the assistance of police officer if required. So now we come, 5.1 is public input time, and a number of people have registered to speak. So in no particular order, if I call out your name, would you please come to the lectern and state your case? So the first person is Kush Allison.
Thanks, councillors. Kush Allison, 65 Wilmot Street, Portsmouth.
If you move the mic up a bit, you won't have to bend down. That's
Is
better.
that better?
Yeah.
My question, I did have it in writing, but I can't find it. No. My question is to all councillors, with the AI data centre opening up the community response. I was the coordinator of a meeting at Westy Vale where 200 people attended. I also attended the Exeter meeting where 150 people attended in your municipality. There is monks questions asked there, being asked by the community. My question to the councillors, are the councillors aware and informed of the health impacts, direct health impacts of the EMF, electromagnetic field, the LNF, low noise frequency, and specifically the ELF, the extreme low frequency, within a 12K radius of any of the associated infrastructure that is proposed with the AI data centres, including substations, transmission lines, and wind turbines? Thank you.
That's your question. I'm sure you're aware that the data centre is going to be located in the Georgetown municipality. So the Georgetown Council would be required to take into consideration all of the concerns of the ratepayers in Georgetown. This isn't an issue that the Westheimer Council can make a statement about, because it's not in our municipality and it won't be coming to us for assessment.
With all due respect, Ms Mayor, I did mention 12-kilometre radius and the associated infrastructure, which includes the transmission lines, substations, which are in Westheimer's municipality.
I heard that, but it's still not an issue that the Westheimer Council will be considering. The Georgetown Council will take all of those issues into account.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. There are significant potential effects on our side of the river. I have advised councillors.
Councillor Lana, this is the time to bring that up. You did pass it out and we did read it. It's not the time to present that. There may be other avenues in which the council can consider your concerns, but it certainly isn't a part of the development application for the building of that data centre.
Thank you, but can I get that in writing as well?
Yes, we have your address and we'll answer you that way. The next person is G.F. Hay.
Hay, 50 Flinders Street, Beauty Point. I see 3 questions or statements. I see a small number of the Westheimer councillors spending what I believe is an extraordinary amount of time in dealing with matters in Georgetown, something to do with an AI centre. Could we not see the councillors spend their time and effort in dealing and looking after the welfare of the ratepayers of West Tamar, please?
Thank you, Mr. Hay.
Secondly, the West Tamar Council last month increased the rates again. It appears without complete disregard of the capacity of ratepayers in the Shire of the council area to pay. Seem to be ignorant of the fact that Tasmania has the highest unemployment rate of any state and getting worse. 300 jobs lost in the last 2 weeks. It's got the lowest economic growth in Australia. As you probably all know, credit growth is being reduced, and that appears and will lead to what obviously is going to be a credit squeeze and possibly a recession. The last quarterly report, delinquency rates and payment to rates to the West Tamar Council are approaching 25%. What plan has the council got in place when delinquency rates, payment rates becomes considerably higher? In fact, will be a record for the late payment of rates. What's the council's plan?
Mr. Hay, I'll take that question on notice, but I will just advise you that the council does have a hardship policy where ratepayers who do have hardship in meeting the cost of the rates can negotiate with council. But the rest of your question I will take on notice.
Madam Mayor, due respect, I believe there was no debating of a question in public question time. I've been kicked out of here for debating.
I'm not debating, I'm just advising you. You asked what we had in place, and I've answered you.
The third question relates again to what appears disregard to reasonable use of ratepayers' funding. There's been a large amount of ratepayers' funding paid as grants to private enterprises in the West Tamar Council area. These are, remind you, private enterprises, not semi-government or government institutions or organisations to support the community, private enterprise. As these private enterprise companies slowly close shop or go broke, will the ratepayers have their funds returned?
I will take that question on notice as well, Mr. Hay. Thank you. The next speaker is Joanna Gray.
Madam Mayor, my name is Joanna Gray, 273 Winkley Road, Exeter. I'm very nervous, so please be kind.
Please don't be nervous. Deep breath.
Terrifying. I would like to comment on a matter recorded in the council agenda, a motion about the referral of AI factory approvals regarding a request that a major project declaration be pursued so that a comprehensive independent assessment panel can be appointed by the Tasmanian Planning Commission to thoroughly evaluate the cumulative regional impacts on water, energy, noise and community amenity. While there is not a proposal before this council, fully accept that, it is only a matter of time. It might also be noted that the existing application with the Georgetown Council will actually affect people living on this side of the Tamar River. It would be a wise thing to get ahead of this issue. It has become of major concern to the general public and business people, as seen from the meetings and petitions, with regard to the lack of appropriate consultation, legislation and regulation when dealing with these AI factory applications. I attended the last meeting at the Georgetown Council chambers as an observer, and it became apparent that the questions being asked in relation to concerns to do with this development were not covered. To sum up the responses, it was that the questions didn't fit the regulations and guidelines. Therefore, no answer was required within the council remit. Surely this alone indicates that there needs to be specific, robust target regulation to apply to these AI factory projects to protect the general public and businesses. Most of us are concerned about the amount and energy used. We are already having increases in cost for both. There is also a noise issue associated with these factories. There are concerns about additives in the water and how this will affect our agriculture. Spills happen even in closed loop. The massive stacks emit an incredible amount of heat. According to the Spotlight program, reports of over 150 degrees. There are concerns over the environment and climate change. It would be good if we could learn from the overseas experience and warnings. The public is making moves against these giants as we debate. In summary, I would like to point out that everyone from the council level to parliament level, state and federal, are the ones charged with making these decisions. Public monies pay public servant wages. Surely we can expect that public concerns shape those decisions. The people who elect councillors and politicians to make these decisions will be affected by AI factory development for a very long time. Whether you're a supporter or against these AI factories, the regulation is just not fit for purpose to protect the ordinary people and businesses. I can safely say from the public's point of view, and probably the businesses too, this isn't going to go away. Now, my question. When an AI development proposal is submitted to the West Tamar Council, is the Council aware of the scale of community concern? And will you, as our representatives, base your actions on those concerns? That's the first question. Do we go one at a time or?
You've just got 1.5 minutes left.
Yeah, that's all right. The second one is, are you aware that the communities and businesses here in Australia and overseas are increasingly successful in legal challenges to these AI factories? Thank you for your time in this most important matter.
Thank you for your questions and for the speech beforehand. As I have stated previously, this issue is a matter for the Georgetown Council. If you believe the proper process wasn't followed in the council meeting that you went to, you should raise that issue with the Director of Local Government of the Department of Local Government. And with regards to your questions, they have been taken on notice and they'll be responded to. We do have your address.
Thank you.
And we'll respond in the required timeline.
Thank you for listening, and I just hope you think about it.
Thank you. The next person is M. Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor.
Good afternoon.
I did ask you in my 3 questions, which you have replied to, at least Kristen has replied to, regarding what research, investigation or consultation you have been doing regarding the AI centres. As you can see from the questions today, it's a matter of concern. And I know that you are concerned because you have been to some of the meetings with Firmus. I would like to ask you what your overall view is of this, and what because the effect will actually affect us on the West Tamar. There's a possibility, a very high possibility, it will affect us visually, it will affect us in the noise value and other factors. So I know you are doing some listening. Would you be prepared to look into this further with regards to the residents in the West Tamar Council, and perhaps reassure them that you're keeping a close eye on what is happening and what the effects on our community could be?
I can't answer your question. I think it's fair to say that everybody around this table is trying to get as much information as they can. But the whole point is that regardless of what we might think of this, and as the chair of this meeting, I can't give you an opinion, but it is a matter for the Georgetown Council. You are entitled to make representation to the Georgetown Council with your concerns. You're entitled to go to the council meeting and speak the way you are here. But for the West Tamar Council has no position on this because it's not a matter that we can become involved in.
That quite was a little bit parallel to my question. My question was, would you be doing any consultation and research? Not that you would have a position on this, but to overlook some of the to address some of the concerns that the people in your constituency are experiencing.
We are doing, I'm certainly doing a lot of reading, and Councillor Lana passed a paper around today. So I think we're as well informed as we can be. And I did go to, and my councillor colleague, Deputy Mayor Richard Rick Shegog, and Councillor Josh Manticas and Councillor Lyndon Ferguson also went along. We went along to talk to our ratepayers to see what their views were. It's again, I can't say to you that we can do anything about this. The concerns that you have to be taken to the Georgetown Council, and those matters will be assessed. There will be all sorts of environmental requirements also, I suspect, but we can't get involved formally in any kind of debate about this issue.
I understand your position. It's
One more question.
Thank you. I understand your position, but as representatives of the constituents here in West Tamar, it would be useful to know that you are negotiating, either as Ms. Lana, Councillor Lana, excuse me, has mentioned, to look after the interests of the people here.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heather Kynan. Knine, I beg your pardon.
Wrong. You've all probably heard from me anyway over the last few weeks. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Heather Canine, and I live at 14 West Bay Road, Rowella, right opposite Home Oak. I'm speaking today as a ratepayer of the West Tamar municipality regarding the proposed data centre at Longreach, which is currently in the process of approval with the Georgetown Council. My appeal to the West Tamar Council is to formally request the Premier and Cabinet of the Tasmanian Government to consider the Firmus application proposal DA 2026/9 and related infrastructure as a project of state significance. I'm not sure whether you can actually do that, but that's what I would like you to do as a council. Obviously, you have no ability to talk to Georgetown about the planning, as it's their council, and
That's
every
correct.
council is separate, and I completely understand that. But this is one way that possibly, as councillors representing us, you could help us move that process to a greater, higher level. Okay. There are many reasons why the council should request the Premier and Cabinet to take over this process. Firstly, the noise pollution and the detrimental effects it may have on human health, highlighted in many of the studies in my submission that I sent to Georgetown, which I emailed all of you separately. Secondly, even though Rowella and surrounding areas have industrial sound in its proximity, this sound is intermittent. So we do know that we are going to have sound from wood chipping, the boats coming in. We know that, we accept that, but we know that it's going to end. Whereas the data centre is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So not only will the decibel be the level that we can hear, infrasound, which is 50 megahertz or less, and cannot be heard by the human ear, has been shown to cause anxiety, depression, lethargy, vertigo, dizziness, and a constant pressure on your body. And it cannot be blocked out by windows and doors. It passes through those. So it's like having pressure on you all day and all night. Secondly, the effects to wildlife. Numerous studies have been done on the detrimental effects to birds. It affects the inner ear of the bird. Bees, there's a study showing that bees freeze at the hive when they come to do their dance, which tells them where to get their food. The infrasound, which we can't hear, makes them freeze, so they cannot tell the rest of the hive where to go for their food, and livestock as well. And all of this is readily available on Google Scholar. Thirdly, a new study from Oxford University, which I emailed to you all on Friday, is the heat island effect. This heat bloom that arises from a data centre and how it changes the local climate to within a 10-kilometre radius. This may affect all the grapevines growing in the area. And I've actually spoken to Go Farm from the big vineyards on Auburn Road. I have a call in with Costa, who are partly financing that, and an email currently waiting for a reply from Driscoll's, who are also partly financing that large orchard.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Fourth, the possible effect on tourism on the West Tamar municipality, who we've recently received the Gold Award for our area, which we were all very proud of. Speaking of the Rowella area in which I live, I think a time when a group of tourists come along, have a lovely glass of wine, a lovely cheese board, and 276 diesel engines are tested for 2 hours, let alone the constant hum that they will have while they're sitting there trying to enjoy their glass of wine. What could the possibilities of this scenario do to tourism in our area? Would bad reviews on TripAdvisor be detrimental, not just to the wineries, but all the other businesses that rely on our tourism industry in the West Tamar? Word quickly spreads on the internet, and all the funding and monies that we spent on tourism to this region will be compromised.
Just a moment. Would
Yes.
somebody please move an extension of 1 minute?
I move an
please?
extension.
Thank you very much. A seconder? Everybody happy?
Thank you, very kind.
Thank you.
I don't really have any questions, but I do have sort of like some questions just to bring up. All these issues and many more issues raise a number of questions. Firstly, does Georgetown Council have the resources and the manpower to research definitively the effects of this planning application? That's a serious question. And are the current regulations and legislation that this application is being judged upon be comprehensive enough to ensure the safety of surrounding residents? The Prime Minister has just announced the Office of AI, established in the Office of the Prime Minister and Cabinet on the 15th of July, which will coordinate across Australian government agencies to design and legislate the new artificial intelligence AI standard and unlock AI training in Australia.
You have 10 seconds.
Thank you. These standards will include mandatory requirements for large AI data centres, including setting standards for energy and water with strong copyright protections. We need to slow down this process to allow the federal government's new department under the Prime Minister to put forward...
Sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to wind up in the next 10 seconds, please.
Madam Chair, may I ask your, there's a word for it, but your helpful assistance in extending Ms. Kuhn's time for questions by 3 minutes. I think we have other matters to consider.
Look, Councillor Lana, we have already extended the time once.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yep. We need to slow down the process to allow the federal government's new department under the Prime Minister to put forward their protective legislation, and by asking the West Tamar Council to appeal to the state government and to determine the project as a project of state significance will give us time to investigate on all levels the Firmus project.
I'm sorry, but your very generous 10 seconds are up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
The next speaker is David Duncan.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my opportunity to ask a question at this time. It's my second council meeting. My first one, I brought all my class to a meeting like this, and we did the No Straw campaign, as you would remember. Today is my first to attend a general council meeting before I stand for election for the West Tamar Council, and I just wanted to see what today brought for me as well. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
And the last speaker is Uta Weidemeyer. Did I say that correctly?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, everyone in the room. Thank you for attending. I'm here in support to our very courageous residents. As we just heard, everyone was presenting really well their concerns in regards to the AI data center. And I also have my concerns, and I have raised that with Georgetown Council in writing, and they having a meeting on the 26th, 28th, perhaps a little bit later in the month to determine whether the data center would be approved or not. So my strongest concern, why I also saw various residents from the West Tamar in these recent meetings we had in the region, my very strong concern is in regards to the water handling of the AI data center. And I know it's a matter of the Georgetown Council, and we heard from other residents their concerns. So I just like to reinforce this, taking this opportunity, that everyone be aware. They proposing that the water will be recycled, cleaned perhaps internally with chemicals, but then the vapor 90% of the water will be released via vapor. And that's not a concern only for the Georgetown region, it's for the West Tamar as well, as vapor, as we know, goes just about anywhere, everywhere. And we know from medical research that it takes 20 or 30 years sometimes for things to be recognized in the public. So my strongest concern here is if this data center is approved and being allowed to vent 90% of their water, what they use in a recycled fashion in their system, potentially dosed with various amounts of chemicals, that will just evaporate, but then condensate in people's lungs at burst, or in their food, in the region for any crops. There was a lady pointed out the dance of the bees would be affected by the low frequency noise, but also the water. I think that's a very, very important point. And I was hoping to ask whether West Tamar Council would support a specifically assigned researcher to investigate those concerns, whether there's any support available from West Tamar Council towards the Georgetown Council to help us being safe, not only here West Tamar, but also in the east.
I actually think that the Georgetown Council is going to be required to ensure very, very strict monitoring of all the water, the vapours, the noise. That will go through a very stringent assessment process, and it would be better if the Georgetown Council raised that issue. Again, it's something we as a council can't get involved in.
Okay, but I wanted to just be present here, listening in. I'm going to go to the Georgetown Council meeting. I sent my submission there as well, and I'd like to thank you for anything you do to keep us all safe here.
Thank you. And if I can just add to it that on a previous project that was once planned for the West Tamar on the other side, but it was going to affect West Tamar. There were very, very strict monitoring guidelines that were imposed on the proponent. That project, thankfully, didn't go ahead, but I think that all of the issues that you raised, you need to convince the Georgetown Council that they should be doing that.
Yes, and I just like in closing, I like to say the last project, which I think we all know we talk about, which was proposed for the East Tamar region, the Georgetown Council referred me to the EPA. So I sent it at that time a 20-page submission to the EPA, and luckily that project was not approved.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. So that's the end of community input time. So the next item on the agenda is the Councillor Lana.
Thank you very much. I have had notice of 3 people who weren't able to attend the meeting but had last-minute questions that they were hoping to be raised in their name. And I'm just wondering.
Well, if they're not here, it wouldn't be appropriate, but I'd be happy to accept those questions on notice and to have them responded to.
All right, thank you for that.
So we now come to 5.2, public questions on notice, and they've all been answered from page 87 to page 96 or 95 of the agenda papers for those that would like to go and read them. Item number 6 is the Chief Executive Officer declaration, and item number 7 is a planning authority matter. And I remind the councillors that we now are sitting as a planning authority. Each council acts as the planning authority for their municipality. In this role, councillors consider development applications and make administrative decisions that are based on the council's planning scheme. While councillors are obliged to consider the community views, this does not mean that they can vote in favour of those views while fulfilling the role of a planning authority. Councillors must make planning decisions based on whether a planning application is consistent with the local planning scheme, even if members of the community object to the planning proposal. And the application today is Plan PA 2026070, and it is a outbuilding at 35A Eccleston Road, and the details are found from pages 97 to 109 of the agenda. And the recommendation on page 103 is that the application PA 2026070 be determined as follows. The requested variations comply with the relevant performance criteria and be supported. B, matters raised by the representor have been considered but do not alter the assessment against the scheme or the recommendations, and that the application for residential outbuilding retrospective by M. Cubitt for land at 35A Eccleston Road, Riverside, lot number 2, on plan number 183011 be approved to the following conditions that are found from page 103 to 109 of this agenda. May I please have a mover for that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Shegog. A seconder, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Shegog.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is just a retrospective approval for what was a shipping container on a very, very tight block. And I think the position they've placed the container in is appropriate, but it's just not a container. They've actually cut out windows and doors, and there's a deck at one end. And they've smartened it up quite nicely. And in fact, if you didn't take too much notice, you wouldn't probably realise it actually was a container. It's used for recreational purposes. I think a gym. It's not going to be used for sleeping over, so it complies with that part of the scheme. And I'm happy to recommend it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I agree with the report. One discretion about side setback, rear setback. As outlined, it's got a condition, cannot be it's not a habitable structure. It is on the side of a lane of a road or laneway access, so it does perform. We welcome representation because I see with this they've been well qualified in terms of the question. We've even had a site visit from one of our planning officers that's actually gone on site and looked at it as well. So very happy with this report, and it should be recommended for approval.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak to this recommendation? There being none, Councillor Shegog,
That's fine.
to close.
Thanks, Madam
We
Mayor.
close. I'll put it to the vote now. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And before I go to the next item, I've been very remiss of not mentioning to you all that with us today is our youth mayor. And the West Tamar Council, I think, might have been the first council that introduced a youth mayor position. And the person that holds it now, Millie Van Est, is a student at Riverside High School, and her tenure is for 1 year. And she is the person that brings the issues of the young people along with the members of the Youth Advisory Committee to Council for consideration. And I can say they bring some really good ideas to Council. We, as the older generation, think we know what the young people want, and many, many times they show us that we don't. So I'd just like to recognise that Millie is here today. So, Councillor Lana.
Madam Chair, thank you for taking my attention. So I have a motion in regard to, it's a supplementary item motion.
Point of order, Madam
Yes.
Mayor. This is out of order. The next agenda item should be followed through.
Yes, you can bring that up when we come to motions.
But it relates directly to this matter of the strategic plan.
We're not on the strategic plan.
We're not on the strategic plan yet, Councillor Lana.
I beg your pardon. Am I able to raise it prior to the decision on the strategic plan?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a point of clarification.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, the motion can only be raised by a motion of Councillor Lana changing the order of which we deal with motions without notice. So the substance of the motion can't be debated at any other opportunity unless it's got the approval of the majority of councillors. Is that correct?
The only difference to that is if Councillor Lana is moving an alternate recommendation on that particular matter, it's appropriate for her to be talking to it at that point in time.
So, item number 8, Office of the Chief Executive Officer, and it's a recording of the council's workshops held in June and July, and the purpose of this report is to provide a record of workshops held in accordance with the requirements of Regulation 10.3C of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulation 2025. The details are on page 110 to 113 of the agenda, and the recommendation is that Council receives the report on Council workshops held on the 16th of June 2026 and the 7th of July 2026. Will somebody, thank you, Councillor Lyons, and a seconder, please? Councillor Manticas. Councillor Lyons, any comments? No. Councillor Manticas? Councillors? Then I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 8.2 is the draft terms of reference for the Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall, and the purpose of this report is to provide draft terms of reference for a new Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall committee, known as the Committee, being proposed as a special committee of council under Section 24 of the Local Government Act 1993, the Act for adoption by Council. And the details can be found from page 114 to page 118. And the recommendation is that Council, pursuant to Section 24 of the Local Government Act 1993, adopts the terms of reference for a Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall Committee as presented, effective 21 July 2026, endorses the proposed timeline for the formation of the new Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall Committee as presented, allocates a new terms of reference number of 5.00, updates the version number to 1.00, and approves a review date of July 2028. Will somebody please move that? Councillor Lyons, seconder, please.
Oh.
Councillor Ireland, Councillor Lyons.
I think it's about time we renewed the committee at the Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall. It is very important that locals, as has been proved at Rowella in the last few years, a fantastic committee down there that really have improved the use and done a magnificent job in keeping that community centre active, and I trust and hope that the Frankfurt Soldiers Memorial Hall Committee, once it starts, uh, gives a new life to the town centre of Frankfurt, and I wish them every success.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Ireland.
Yes, thank you. The Frankfurt Hall Committee has been dormant for a while, and we did a resident survey, and there's quite a few people interested in forming a committee, which is excellent to see. So it'd be really good to see this Hall Committee revived, and as Councillor Lyons said, will improve the community. Good luck.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Madikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I hope the community have all the success in running this hall. We've got community members throughout the West Tamar, and I'll mention Rowella Hall as an example. It shows how well community halls can be run when run by the local community. And I hope that by the formation of a committee, with input from the community, that they take ownership and actually revive this hall to its full potential. I'm encouraged by the number of community responses in return saying that they're prepared to roll their sleeves up and to commit to the ongoing management and hoping to make sure that this hall is successful. And I just wish them the best of luck, and I'll be supporting the motion today.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
Just myself,
Deputy
Madam Mayor.
Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, agreed. Great to see this is back on the books. It's been a couple of years since they've had a committee up there, and it is a beautiful hall. It's a great area, and I wish them all the success. I won't be putting my hand up as the representative, I can tell you that. However, was just one thing that, and that's anyway. 7.1 financial delegation. I know we've spoken about how the finances are held by halls, but it's not specified in actually the policy, and I don't particularly want to dig down that deep. But I just want to ensure that the Frankfurt Hall Committee's finances will be kept in the same way that Rowella Hall's finances are kept, and that's actually by council, not in a separate bank account that committee members can access.
CEO.
Yes, we do have financial guidelines in relation to how all halls operate and how they interact. The accounts are held by council and the reconciliations are done by council, and that will continue with any new hall committee or any new special committee that council may choose to form.
Thank you.
Councillor Lana.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, these beautiful character halls that we have are a real asset and centre of the community. I note the very enjoyable evening at Winkley Hall, 125-year anniversary, and a number of people dressed up, and just it brings the community together. And all they're doing at Deviat Hall, they've got lots going on there, and the Rowella Hall Festival of Voices event recently, that they're such an asset and really lend to the character of our dispersed communities. So I will certainly be endorsing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Any other speakers? Before I put it to the vote, I'd just like to give oh, I'm sorry, did you wish to speak?
No, I'd just like to say I look forward to people. I actually move the motions.
Yes.
That's why I'm being asked to close it. So I'd just like to say that there are lots of halls in our area, like Sidmouth and Deviat, that are run separate from the council. But I was a bit remiss in saying that I hope the Frankfurt Hall Committee follows the precedent set by Rowella when I didn't mention Winkley, because the Winkley function for their 125 years was a great night.
Wasn't it?
I was just a bit disappointed that some of the senior officers of the council left before the dancing started. I'm a bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen the chicken dance done by the mayor, but in any event, it was a great night. I think Winkley do a great job, Rowella do a great job, and I really look forward to Frankfurt being along the same lines.
Councillor Lyons, I did the chicken dance on the way to my car. And if I may, before I put it to the vote, just give a shout out with regards to the Frankfurt Hall, the fantastic job of landscaping that the West Tamar Arts Group did in the land surrounding the hall. They've really created Sorry?
Land care.
Yeah, West Tamar Land Care. What did I say?
Budgets.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Okay.
I'm thinking ahead.
That's okay.
West Tamar Arts Land Care. They've really created a beautiful environment, and I think it just adds not only to the pleasure of the people that use the hall, but to the many travellers on the road that stop and use the amenities of the hall that the council provides. So, without further ado, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. The next item, 8.3, CEO 2026-2036 Community Strategic Plan, and this report seeks the endorsement of the draft West Tamar Council Community Strategic Plan 2026 to 2036 as required under Section 71 of the Local Government Act 1993. And the agenda item is from page 136 to 221. And the report itself, for those that might be interested to go back and look at our agenda, it's from page 195 to page 221. And the recommendation is that Council adopts the 2026-2036 Community Strategic Plan as presented, makes a copy available for inspection at Council's Beaconsfield and Riverside offices and at the Windsor Community Precinct, endorses an electronic copy is available on Council's website, and provides a copy to the Director of Local Government and the Director of Public Health. May I please have a mover?
Moving at this point, I have an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
Is that how I need to?
It's an alternative recommendation.
Yes.
Alternative recommendation. May I speak to it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Certainly.
So that.
Do I have a seconder, first of all?
We don't know what the recommendation.
Well, she's just about to read it out.
Yeah.
It's a recommendation for your consideration prior to voting on the motion.
Yes.
That Council 1 notes that on 16th of June 2026, it resolved unanimously, item 17.1.1, to release the summary results of the May 2026 Residents' Opinion Survey, a community survey, which was immediately superseded by consultation for draft Community Structure Plan 2026-2036, the CSP. Point 2, that notes that the ratification decision on the CSP and annual plan 2026-27 is in current meeting agenda, and that the annual plan must rely or refer to the strategic plan 2022-26. So the sequence seems out of sync. So point 3, that the council elections occur in October 2026, and with potential change in councillors at that time, in addition to expressed community concerns about the generic AI-generated CSP document, without reference to current residents' opinion survey, the Pulse survey, results release. Point 4, improved transparency of community sentiment requires immediate release of the Pulse survey results by settlement cluster. Point 5, deferral of ratification of CSP until after the council election date, with included deferral on the decision to ratify the annual plan, currently reliant on reference to the provisions of Structure Plan 2022-26 until a date after and subsequent to the post-election ratification of Community Structure Plan 2026-2036.
May I please have a seconder?
Just want to clarify. So the moving an amended motion, noting points 1 to 4, and the action is on point 5 to defer until after the election. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, for the two items, the draft community, so the ratification of the community strategy for plan for 2026-36, followed by the annual plan, which needs to refer to that document.
Okay. Could I, with indulgence from the chair, could I clarify a little bit more?
Yes.
I don't have a copy of it that's not up on the screen. Would it be simple enough to say that you're just moving to defer the community services plan? to keep it simple?
I think the reasoning is important as to why it's necessary.
Okay.
Look, without further ado, I think I'll ask for somebody to second that.
I just want clarification of what the motion is.
Okay, so if you can give us a few minutes, it'll take us a few minutes to get it up on the screen, and we will do that. If I could just, Madam Mayor, through you, just for clarification, in terms of the annual plan under legislation must be approved no later than August. So depending on how council chooses to do it, the annual plan can revert back to the current community strategic plan should it choose not to adopt the community strategic plan, but it would be against legislation to defer it any further than August. But if you can give us a few minutes, Madam Mayor, maybe it might be worth adjourning just for 5 minutes while we get this done.
So we will just, you're most welcome to stay, but we will have to adjourn just for 5 minutes until we get the exact wording up on the screen for all the councillors to see. So, councillors, thank you. So, the motion is up on the board now for the councillors that wish to read it.
Could the points just
Yeah.
So Councillor Lana confirm that's correct.
Councillor Lana, if you could read that and make sure that it's correct. Correct. Just wait until all the councillors read it. What's going on outside?
Okay, we're good in there a second.
So, has everybody read it? And Councillor Lana, it's a correct. Thank you. So, Councillor Lana has moved that recommendation. Will somebody please second it? Nobody seconds it, so the motion lapses. So we now go back to the original recommendation, and that is the endorsement of the draft West Tamar Council Community Strategic Plan 2026-2036 as required under Section 71 of the Local Government Act 1993. And the details are on page 136 to page 221, and the actual report itself from page 195 to 221. And the recommendation is that the Council adopts the 2026-2036 Community Strategic Plan as presented, makes a copy available for inspection at Council's Beaconsfield and Riverside offices, and the Windsor Community Precinct endorses an electronic copy is available on Council's website and provides a copy to the Director of Local Government and the Director of Public Health. May I please have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Manticas, and a seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Manticas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I do speak in support of the motion that's presented to us today. The strategic plan has been a long time coming, I guess, with the amount of work and involvement by a number of different workshops, long lead times, engagement summaries, business workshops, community workshops. And whilst the methods might be, say, unconventional in the least, that the use of AI technology in preparing this plan, I think it's important to be very, very clear that all of the data that it relied upon was the human input. We actually controlled what was put into the plan, and we made sure that what was spat out was relevant and a true and accurate reflection as to the objectives that this council wanted to see. So I have no concern about the information and the goals and our objectives within the plan. Councils must have these strategic plans so that we can work off an overarching guiding document to sort of give everyone, not only the community but the council, a very clear pathway as to what we hope to achieve, the goals and the objectives for which we hope to achieve, and who the relevant stakeholders are that would be involved in helping our council achieve that. All future plans, such as annual plans, or it could be infrastructure plans, or whatever it may be, will always refer back to this strategic plan. So this is a really important document for the council to make sure is active. And look, and I can understand that just noting the previous amendment that, you know, we could defer it after an election date. I understand that because, you know, a new council might have different minds about what they want to see in their strategic plan, but the bulk of this body of work has been done for probably the last 18 months, I would have thought. But also wanting to note as well that as our council evolves, as the needs of our community evolve, we are a very reactive council, and there is nothing to say that this strategic plan couldn't come back before council for review, whether that's post-election, if that's too quick, or if it's in a year's time, 2 years, 3 years, if it's no longer serving the needs for which this council intends this document to help with. We outline very clear goals, and we also outline the objectives as to how we attempt to achieve each individual goal, and we outline whose role it will be to see those goals become a reality. It is highly unusual, and I don't think it's been done before here in Tasmania or even Australia, with the use of AI to try and assist council in the collation of work. And, you know, I'm going to put some numbers out here, correct me if I'm wrong, but traditionally to go out to, say, an external consultant in help in preparing a plan of this nature could be in the order of a few $100,000. But with the assistance of a facilitator in Stephen Yarwood, and being able to use technology to actually assist us in collating and identifying and making sure everything's mapped correctly, the cost of this plan has come in at, I think, around 10% of what it could have been if we were to go elsewhere. So there are some advantages of using AI. There are obviously some disadvantages, and I think the safeguards that people might be concerned about with respect to the input of the data or where that data is coming from, the safeguards were the 9 elected members of this council chamber. We reviewed this at multiple stages. It was changed on a number of things because we weren't happy with certain wording. We weren't happy with, you know, projected outcomes or how they aligned with other state-based legislation. And we were very, very clear and had a very close eye on the development of this strategic plan. So I don't think anyone can question the authenticity of work that's gone into this or the authenticity of what's been spat out, because we have controlled this process at every opportunity. A number of our goals are quite aspirational, and they should be, because as our community continues to evolve, we are finding that the expectations of our community can change year on year, area by area, and it's important that we have high aspirations and we commit to trying to meet those. I am proud to have been part of a different style of doing council business, because it shows that we are receptive to new and emerging technology to assist where we can and to hopefully give us the outcomes that we are looking for. I think the biggest issue within local government is the words that I've always heard, we've always done it this way. Well, here we've taken a conscientious decision to do it slightly differently, and I'm very proud of the result of the plan as it's come out. So I'll be supporting this in its entirety, notwithstanding I understand some of the concerns that have been raised, but I have all the confidence in the world that there are going to be mechanisms for review if a new council decides that this strategic plan no longer meets their needs.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. This is actually, it is a very important document, and it's been very well done. And I hope everyone's actually read it fully and understood it fully, because just because we hear AI should not mean the worst. This is some sort of corrupt process. The fact is, the AI has helped synthesize it. We've had 60 strategies in a closed loop synthesized. That's my understanding. It makes sure the conflicts are identified. We've had 7 workshops. We've had, it's noted in the report, 60 businesses and sporting reps have participated. Multiple council workshops have been committed in refining this to avail any concerns. The councillors have stepped in and said, we're not happy with the voicing.
Yep.
We're not happy with some of the intent that has come through purely through the synthesis of the information, all the information gathered from the community. And we've actually arrived at a strategy that's actually very simple, and it's very hard to argue about any of the points. And the other good thing about this is it is all very transparent. This is transparent to say AI has been used. There are people that are using AI for all sorts of things, including motions and a range of things in the community that they don't disclose they're using AI. This has been fully upfront and transparent, to the point where you can actually see all the information and inputs from community and qualifying whether it's been included, recognised, or maybe not integrated. So if you look at the 3 pillars or the 3 themes, it's about managing growth, it's about strengthening community life, and it's growing local jobs. So I do commend this. And in fact, I think the role of AI actually is not as great as one would think. And if you look at the true capability of AI, what this has contributed is actually minor. It's actually minor in terms of the true power of AI, which is effectively heading to a place where AI far exceeds human abilities, or the same as human abilities. So yeah, so very happy to commend this, and I'm sorry to speak so long about this, but the other point is this document absolutely should be changed, and people who are elected members need to have input and bring the council along in changing anything in this document. So, but I would challenge anyone that you tell me what's wrong with the actual statements and the intent and the aspiration of this strategy. And if there is an issue in it, well, it's up to you to articulate it well and convince other rational people to support you. So I think this is a very positive strategy, and one that I think if we can remain simple and true to the intent, it will serve us well.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Are there any other comments? Councillor Lana.
Thank you. So there have been community expressed concerns about the AI drafting. One of those was it's cut down on the consultation fees by 20%, I think it was, which is all very fine for council budget, but has there been an extensive community consultation process? And really, if you look at it, a just previous residential opinion survey would have served as that broader consultation. I have a big wad of consultation documents which haven't been released to the public, just to see what that consultation input was. And I must admit, that's another job that I'll have to get to. The reason I was asking for a deferral, and can I speak to this? I can't speak.
No, you can't, Councillor Lana.
There are precedents of caretaker-sensitive documents like this.
Thank you very much. Any other comments?
I know you'd be very
Councillor
disappointed
Lyons.
if I didn't. In this plan, which is linked to the next one, we are still saying things like natural systems and foreshore access. And I want to remind people that ricegrass limits the foreshore access, and I think we should do something about it. Whenever we do a goal and we mention foreshore access, we should think about the reduction in foreshore access, which has been decided for us by ricegrass, which has taken over the middle section of the Tamar River.
Your concern has been noted, Councillor Lyons.
And noted, and noted.
Any other comments? There being none, Councillor Matikas, will you please close?
Look, I think I've said enough of this, but I'd like to thank all the councillors around the table for their extensive input, which has helped shape this document. I think it's been a real effort, team effort. And thank you to the CEO. I'd like to thank Stephen Yarwood for his assistance in facilitating it, and all of the people that contributed in helping making this document. It's not council's document. This is really community's document. And I hope it serves the community for the 10 years that it's forecast to. And, you know, if there are amendments, there are amendments. But, you know, this is something that we should be very proud of. So.
And I agree with all the comments that have been made. I think that in terms of community consultation, this strategic plan has probably had the highest level of community consultation by our council in every single one of our communities. And Stephen Yarwood, the consultant, he attended every one of those meetings and took very, very precise notes. I am very comfortable that what's in this report is an accurate reflection of what the community told us they want. So without further ado, I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried 6-1. 4 is Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Matikas, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Ireland, Councillor Hondal and Councillor Ireland, and against is Councillor Lana.
Councillor Sheagle.
Oh.
Ireland.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Councillor Ireland. The next item on the agenda, 8.4, is the CEO 26 to 27 annual plan. And this report seeks council endorsement of the draft 26-27 annual plan as required under Section 71 of the Local Government Act 1993. It is found from pages 222 to 248 of the agenda. And the recommendation is that council adopts the 26-27 annual plan as presented, makes a copy available for inspection at the council Beaconsfield and Riverside offices and the Windsor Community Precinct, ensures an electronic copy is available on council's website and provides a copy to the Director of Local Government and the Director of Public Health. And for anybody that would like to read it, the plan starts on page 225. May I please have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Matikas, seconder. Councillor Sheagle. Councillor Matikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and what an extensive list of actions that we've got to hit this particular year. For those that may or may not be aware, the annual plan details the workload that Council is intending to achieve over the next 12 months. I'm going to just talk briefly about a number of actions that are within this plan, not all of them, because they would be here for too long, quite simply. But the completion of a stormwater management plan for Beaconsfield, the completion of Exeter Playground, progressing the Lagana Recreational Master Plan at stage 1, the tender and construction of a new pedestrian bridge at Gravelly Beach at Stony Brook, the construction of a pump track at Rose Bay Park, Gravelly Beach, the completion of the Beaconsfield and Beauty Point Recreation Plan for adoption by Council. And a really important one is prepare a West Tamar housing plan. Now, that could have real implications for a lot of people within our municipality. We've got the feasibility study for the West Tamar Trails strategy for this coming year. We've got continued Riverside pool maintenance, I think about $900,000 budgeted this particular year. We're doing 2 reviews of strategies that we've got, youth strategy and positive ageing strategy. Now, that's just to name a few of what is an extensive list, and it just goes to show the body of work that we are preparing to undertake over the next 12 months. And might I say, these actions have actually been led by our input. As councillors, we've determined what the priority should be for the next 12 months ahead. We've all had ample opportunity to provide our input into it. And whilst we don't always agree with every item that should be there, collectively we do a really good job at making sure that we've got a very clear focus on what we aim to deliver for the community over the next 12 months. We are legislated to have an annual plan. This is the annual plan and the actions associated with that we want to see done. And I will happily move this because I hope that we achieve as much of those as possible over the next 12 months. No pressure, CEO.
We have to achieve it. Councillor Sheagle.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, I agree with Councillor Manicus. This is a great plan moving forward. I'm a little concerned about the number of actions that need to be achieved. However, I'm quite confident over the past 12 months of what we've achieved. We'll continue to do over the next 12 months. Councillor Manicus spoke well. I'd just like to talk about the three pillars: our shape, our heart, and our economy, which have about 4 or 5 different goals in each category. And for those in the gallery, it's well worth a look at if you haven't already. I'm sure some of you probably have. But also going on to our economic position, which is quite sound, and I think shows how council has operated over the last 12 months and into the future. Our operating statement or total recurrent income is over $40 million, $40.5 million, up from $38.5 million the year before, due to mainly rates and charges, which is a great indication, not so much of raising the rates, but of the increased housing and people moving into our area, which is fantastic. We have no borrowings, which if you look at some other councils around Tasmania, that certainly isn't the case. So to be in a debt-free as far as borrowings position, I think is also a credit to council. And we close with a great cash and investment balance of over 17 million. So just it's great to have the other parts to a plan of what we're doing and what we want to do, but it's also important that it's underpinned by sound financial reporting. And our position, I believe, Madam Mayor, thanks to all the councillors and the council officers, is very good.
Thank you, Councillor Sheagle. Any other comments? Councillor Lana.
Oh, just the concern about timing. So the annual plan was drafted prior to the ratification of the community structure plan, and within the comparison between the structure plan of 22 to 26, right, 22 to 26, was it 22 to 32 versus community structure plan 26 to 36 is a conceptual shift. So the earlier one has been representing communities by providing assets to sequence assets against growth and treat shared community places as infrastructure in their own right. It's growth, sorry. But the issue is that the trade-off is that infrastructure loses a single easily tracked pillar in the 2022-32 strategy and is instead distributed across 3 themes, which could make it harder for residents and councillors to isolate infrastructure performance measures in reporting. So the matter is, the annual plan has been drawn prior to the ratification of the strategy, and really I still hold that it should be deferred for proper consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Are there any other comments? Before I ask Councillor Manticas to close, I'd also like to make a comment. And, Council, when we all work together, we're like grandparents who at the end of the day hand the grandchildren back to the parents to do all the hard work. And I'd really like to acknowledge the work of our CEO and her team for the outstanding amount of work that they've put into the plan we have just approved, and we're going to vote on this one. So I think you know, the councillors, we're very proud of everything the council's achieved, but it hasn't all been on the part of the councillors. So I think our staff, which are fantastic, deserve recognition. Councillor Mantigas.
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? So in favour, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Mantikas, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Shegog, Councillor Ireland and myself, Councillor Homdale, and against Councillor Lana. So we come to item number 9, which is governance, and it's the West Tamar Council Audit Panel meeting minutes. And the purpose of this report is to provide Council with copies of the confirmed audit panel minutes from the meeting dated the 24th of March 2026 and the unconfirmed audit panel minutes for the meeting dated the 29th of June 2026 in accordance with the West Tamar Council Audit Panel Charter. The details are on pages 249 to 286 of the agenda. And the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the confirmed minutes of the audit panel meeting held on the 24th of March 2026 and the unconfirmed minutes of the audit panel meeting held on the 29th of June 2026. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Ireland. And a seconder, please. Councillor Mantikas. Councillor Ireland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, this is basically a report on the activities of the audit panel, and I'm pleased to know that they're continuing on doing a great job. Internal audits, external audits are being considered and logged, and they've also considered the reappointment of the chair because his term's coming up. So, being doing a good job, and I'm happy to support the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland. Councillor Mantikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I can confirm, having attended these audit panel sessions, that the minutes are accurate and a true reflection as to what has been discussed. So happy to move them as presented.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Councillor Dana.
Chair, thank you. Just being that we weren't in the room, I'm wondering how it is our part to confirm the minutes at the back.
Yes.
You're seeking to note the minutes, not confirm the minutes. So the audit panel will confirm the minutes. What you receive in these papers is one set of confirmed minutes and one set of unconfirmed minutes for noting.
Thank you very much. So I'll ask Councillor Ireland, nothing further to say. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. 9.2 is the West Tamar Council Audit Panel Annual Report 25-26, and this report presents the Audit Panel's annual report for 25-26. It's found on pages 269 to 275 of the agenda. And the recommendation is that the attached 26-27 annual work plan, I beg your pardon, I've gone too far. The recommendation is that Council receives for information the Audit Panel Annual Report 25-26 and Annual Performance Self-Assessment 25-26. May I please have a mover? Councillor Lyons, a seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Lyons.
It's all covered in this report. I think it's all covered in this report and in the next one, so no need for comment.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, Roger. Sorry. I just said Roger. Apologies. I'm not on a radio. Yeah, just noting full attendance by our councillors, and I do sincerely thank Councillor Mantikas and Sladen for attending. They take time and effort to read. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll ask Councillor Lyons. Any further comments? Then I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. The next item on the agenda is Governance 3, and the West Tamar Council Audit Panel Annual Work Plan for 26-27, and this report seeks the Council's approval of the 2026-2027 Audit Panel Annual Work Plan as recommended by the Audit Panel at its meeting on the 29th of June 2026, and it is found from pages 276 to 280. And the recommendation is that Council approves the adoption of the 2026-2027 Annual Work Plan as presented. Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Seconder, please. Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Lyons.
My only comment is they've given themselves a fair bit of work to do. I think there's going to be a lot of reading and a lot of research going into this program. It's for those who haven't seen it, it's agenda items that go through to, I think, 44 items spread over a year and spread through the various months of August, December, May and June. So it's a big work program and I look forward to the reports from those people that are on that committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, just agree and note that periodically they're going through all areas of our business, pecuniary interests at every meeting, looking at our council strategy plan in March. They'll be doing review of budget and report to council in March. Each meeting has specific items that that will be at depth discussed and given some rigour. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, Councillor Manticus.
Yeah, and look, and just to reaffirm the annual work plan that's been presented over the last 2 years, audit panel members, in conjunction with our independent chair, have looked at the workload and how best to manage that in and amongst our other commitments by attending council meetings and reading all of those agendas. There's always one big piece of work at every audit panel meeting that we go to. So that's so that we don't have multiple big items so that we can't give the time or the attention that they deserve. And there's been significant guidance through Andy Gray. Some of the principles that Andy still has today, he often refers to Councillor Ireland when he was on the audit panel. And so this is, this is about having a body of work. We've had previous councillors sat on that, help shape the audit panel, current councillors, and to the next councillors that choose to sit as a committee member for the audit panel. It is a big job, but it's worthwhile and it's quite rewarding. But it's been a shared effort amongst a number of councillors over a number of years. But I can certainly say that the councillors are up for it. Will be the body of work that's there. It's something that we commit to wholeheartedly because we understand that that's sometimes the only opportunity for review on a number of items before they come before the General Council for consideration. So it's an important role, but it's one that every councillor around the table, if given the opportunity, would tackle wholeheartedly and due diligently as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Lyon. Oh, I beg your pardon. Councillor Lana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly concur with Councillor Manticus on the core responsibilities that are held by that committee in oversight of operations and legality, and it's central to everything that's done in our council.
Thank you. Without further comment, I'll ask Councillor Lyons to close.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Governance 4 is the new election period policy, and the purpose of this report is to seek council approval of the election period policy, which will establish guidelines for the conduct of councillors, the Chief Executive Officer, council employees, Section 24 committee members of West Tamar Council during an election period. The details are found from page 281 to 288, and the recommendation is that the policy as drafted formalises the established democratic principle that elected bodies should not unnecessarily bind an incoming government during an election period, alongside the importance of impartiality and equivalent treatment to all candidates. It clearly outlines the requirements and the expectations of councillors, council officers, committee members and contractors acting on behalf of the council. And the recommendation is that 1, council adopts the new election period policy as presented effective 21 July 2026, allocates a new policy number of 55.00, updates the version number to 1.00 and approves a review date of June 2030. Will somebody please move that recommendation?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move the recommendation with an amendment to the recommendation. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to word this, but but maybe at the start of point 1, after removing section 6.4 titled Media, comma, Council adopts the new election period policy.
Can I have a seconder for that amendment, please? Councillor Manticas.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can we just wait 1 minute so we can get it up
So
on
it
the
goes
screen?
up. Thank you. Won't be a moment. So is it, it's up. Oh, it's coming up. There we go.
Yeah, that's great. I did actually have that originally, but then changed my mind. So it's now adopts the new election period policy with section 6.4 media being removed effective 21st of July 2026, and the other recommendations as printed.
So you're moving that recommendation? Yes. Would you like to speak to it, please?
Yeah, Josh is seconded. Good.
Yes, Councillor Manticas, you're second.
Yep. So we've to and froed over this for a number of years, and some of us, and I still am on the fence about it, to be honest, as to its relevance or effectiveness. However, it appears that this is going to be something that comes into effect in the coming election periods. Anyhow, there are a number of larger councils like Launceston, Hobart, Burnie, and such that have adopted a very similar policy. It does create, well, it doesn't really create any major issues as far as delegation or moving motions, or if an issue arises within this period, that we can enact some emergency powers to get things done, because we can't make any decisions over, I think it was $100,000, and the Stony Rise Bridge is an example where that will possibly cost over that, and therefore if that happens during that period of time, we'll have to use emergency powers to be able to fix it. I've removed 6.4. I highlighted before there was some restrictions within that particular section that may have made it actually unfair to sitting councillors, or in fact it may have put them in a position which was unfair to them due to an unforeseen act or omission. The rest of it's pretty well administration driven. As I said, I was sitting on the fence with it, but I'm happy to move it if we're moving forward with this type of policy.
Thank you, Councillor Maticas.
I'm not sure if you support it or not after that, but um, look, it's interesting. This is a policy that also not only covers councillors, council staff, members of the community that sit on council committees. So Rowella Hall, Winkley, Positive Aging, Youth Advisory Council. So these kind of policies have real changes to the behavioural standards of not only councillors, council staff, and a number of community members that sit on council committees as well. It's an interesting one because on one hand, we're not obligated to have an election period policy, but we do understand that post this election, the state government is intending to move that there are caretaker provisions in future elections as well. I also note the state government will want every councillor post-election to declare if they own property, who the mortgages are with, who your debts are with, if you own any shares. But I see we haven't done this in this as well. So we're obviously picking and choosing little bits of what we want to adopt early and what we don't want to adopt. And I think the state government, couldn't actually introduce these kind of policies in such a short amount of time. And I think that there may be a very different kind of state government legislation post council election. I'm still not convinced that we need it because it's not necessarily legislated, but it is good practice and good governance to have it. So I'm going to remain on the fence for this whole debate until I hear everyone else's contributions. And I may support this, I may not support this. I can see the positives, I can see the negatives in adopting something early as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons has indicated he wishes to speak.
Yeah, I wish to speak against having this policy. The state government have known about this for, 100 years, have done nothing about it. They've got a bill that hasn't been put before the Legislative Council, hasn't been passed, is not legislation. And now, because Hobart City Council and Launceston City Council have taken the information in the bill, which could well be amended, and now we're adopting, something similar to Hobart and Launceston out of the bill that may or may not get passed. If the state government didn't think it was important enough to get it through, then I don't see why we should take the initiative. We haven't had a problem in, however, many years. The West Tamar and Beaconsfield Council before that have been going, not that I'm aware of, in all that time. So I just think we are jumping the gun. We should wait for the legislation to be passed, and then, of course, we have to abide by that legislation. But by doing this, we don't know that the government is going to amend the bill as they propose, and we could well be back some time in the next period of the state government back to amend it because the state have decided to buckle under to their the votes in the local. In the House of Assembly or the upper house, and we could end up passing this for no real reason. And I think I just can't see why we do it. If the state government don't think it's important, then why should we? I think we all know that it's all about trying to control some people in the media, and now we've taken that out by this proposed amendment. I think we're jumping the gun. We shouldn't pass it. We should wait for the bill to be passed into legislation, and then we have no choice and we run with it. But right now, I'll be voting against it, and if I had more than one vote early, vote often, I'd be voting against it with all my votes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyons. Any other speakers? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. I'd support this without the amendment. The big issue here is we have a responsibility to have process in processes in place and expectations that means this organisation is apolitical when there's an election on. So I think if you're waiting for laws to be passed, don't hold your breath, because it's actually, I would argue that it's not absolutely critical. What's critical is every agency or every government or body to have its own lead in this space to ensure it is apolitical. So when the caretaker mode comes in, this gives guidance to us, it gives guidance to employees of West Tamar Council. And the other issue is this is about trust. When you have the trust broken by someone doing the wrong thing, then it brings such negativity to that agency. And state employees are required to maintain conventions like this, and we should not be avoiding it. We should be embracing it, and certainly not waiting for legislation. So I'll support it, and it's time that we moved on this, because we do have an election coming up.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Ireland.
Yes, thank you. Several points, I guess. What we've managed without one of these for the last, well, as long as I've been on council, 12 years. So I don't see why we need one now. Secondly, we could come in with something and then a year later, the government comes up with their own regulations. But what's actually quite significant, I hadn't thought of, there's no penalty for breaking these rules. So I ignore all this and do all my media stuff or whatever. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. So it's a bit of a empty threat, I guess. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No, I won't be supporting it either. So I'll now ask Councillor Maticas to close.
That was me.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. That's
Shegog.
That's fine. Look, I said I was sitting on the fence, and after Councillor Manicas mentioned the special committees, including Rowella Hall and Winkley Hall, it made me think, because today we're talking about the committee of Rowella Hall, and if that's approved, their first meeting, Rowella, yep, will be in the second week of August potentially. But then from there, the next two meetings, they will not be able to meet, because it will be actually during this period of time. Now, it's the Rowella Hall's 100 years in January, and I assume that's sort of quite unfair that a committee is actually not going to be able to meet for 2 months due to this policy when they've got such an important event coming up, and that goes for Winkley as well, of course. So, in consideration of that, I think that I'll be voting against it.
Okay, so I will now put it to the vote. All of those in favour of the recommendation as noted on the board, 1, and all of those against. So the vote is that for Councillor Ferguson, against Councillor Maticas, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Shegog, Councillor Homdal, Councillor Ireland and Councillor Lana. So item 10, special committees, and 10.1 is the Youth Advisory Council minutes for the June meeting in 2026, and the recommendation is that the purpose of this report, the summary. The purpose of this report is to provide the minutes of the most recent Youth Advisory Council meeting to councillors for noting. It's from pages 289 to 293. And the recommendation is that Council receives and notes the minutes as presented for the Youth Advisory Council meeting held on the 11th of June 2026. Will somebody please move? Councillor Ferguson, a member of the committee. A seconder, please. Councillor Lyons.
I think it should be the junior mayor, but
she doesn't have that statutory power yet. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, and it's a definite yet, but to expect maybe in the future. Yeah, just to accept these as noted. So we thank the YAC committee, and they make a great contribution.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
I'd just like to congratulate all those people who take part. Um, there are many organisations where volunteers give up their time and do a great effort for various organisations associated with this council. But I think the youth group is one of the really important groups. They do provide us with, even if it's only a request for a rubbish tin by a bus stop, but those sorts of things I think are very important. And if they do affect our youth, it's only right and proper that they have an avenue to bring those things to us. And I congratulate them and our junior mayor. Congratulate you, but particularly take back to your committee the thoughts that they do a wonderful job, and more power to them.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any other comments? Councillor Manticas.
Just briefly, and obviously we're just receiving the minutes, and I've just noted in the minutes that obviously the youth strategy will expire this year, and I really hope that the Youth Advisory Committee has some input into the policy review, because when I see the contributions made by the members of the Youth Advisory Council, they are very, very good, and I think you should also have opportunity to shape the policies which will guide how you operate as well. And I look forward to, if I'm still here next year, in being able to assess any feedback and input that you've been able to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manticas. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor, just an observation.
Councillor Shigo.
Was there a councillor at the meeting?
Not this time. I was an apology.
Yeah, I noticed that. I thought we had to have a councillor at the attendance of special committees.
Sorry, through you, Madam
Yes.
Mayor. The current terms of reference for the Youth Advisory Council doesn't require that.
Okay.
We're currently going through. There's council staff members there,
Yeah, I did.
but we are currently doing a review of those terms of reference, like we have with our special committees, engaging with the Youth Advisory Committee to make sure we get their feedback, which will then draw them back in line from a governance point of view with those other committees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Ferguson to close, I beg your pardon, Councillor Lana.
Thank you. So council employees were present. I don't see them on the present list. Is that something that should be? Sorry.
They are there, Councillor Lana. We just don't have surnames on those minutes, which is standard practice for the Youth Advisory Council.
Before I ask Councillor Ferguson to close, as a fellow member on that committee, I can only echo both Councillor Ferguson's and Councillor Manticas's and Councillor Lyons' comments. I think that it's a great bunch of young people who are very enthusiastic. They come up with great ideas. Sometimes they're too enthusiastic, but there's nothing wrong with that, is there, Millie? And Millie does keep them under control. She's a very good chairman. Thanks, Millie. So I'll now ask Councillor Ferguson to close.
Yeah, no, only to say that Councillor Joy Allen is a regular regular attendance, as you are, Mayor, and in this case, yeah, there was absences of councillors.
Thank you. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. The next item, 10.2, Positive Ageing Committee Minutes, and the purpose of this report is to provide the minutes from the latest Positive Ageing Committee to councillors for noting from pages 294 to 297, and the recommendation is that council receives and notes the minutes as presented for the West Tamar Positive Ageing Committee meeting held on the 22nd of June 2026. A mover, please. Councillor Manticas, and a seconder. Councillor Lyons, Councillor Manticas.
Look, happy to receive the minutes, noting that I'm not currently of age to participate in PAC yet, but the time will come eventually. But I think the minutes were very comprehensive.
What are you implying?
I'm just not quite there yet, but my time will come. But no, very informative minutes, so happy to receive them.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons.
I'm happy to second this noting of the minutes. And I too, whilst I might be one of the older councillors, I'm certainly not old enough to be on this committee. And I was asked by one of the committee to stand at one stage, and I did explain to her. I used to work with her at the LGH. She was in charge of the emergency department, without naming names. But I'd like to tell her once again that I'm not old enough, but I do.
Well,
I'm happy to note the
I
minutes.
would argue that with you, councillor, but I won't. Are there any other comments? Well, before I close, ask Councillor Manticas, I am one of the members on that committee. And I think the thing that's very gratifying is that since the committee was assembled for this next term, I'm really impressed that the direction that this committee is going to take, they're going to certainly become much more involved in advocacy for the older citizens in our municipality. And if any of you have ever tried to get any kind of in-house help for a parent or a grandparent, it's a minefield. And I think these are the sort of issues that our chairman is just chomping at the bit to, to make sure that we start to advocate for the elderly people in our municipality. That from personal experience that I've seen, I think the way they're treated is a disgrace. I'm very, very supportive, and I'm happy that I make a small contribution. So without further ado, Councillor Manticas.
Oh, look, just to concur with your statement that I don't think that you're of an age where you belong there yet either. So
I'll pay you later. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we now come to development, and development 1, submission to state. Oh, have I missed one? I have. I beg your pardon. 10.3, Rowella Hall Committee, nominations of members. And the purpose of this report is to seek Council's endorsement the Rowella Hall Committee, the committee members, as received at the Rowella Hall Committee Annual General Meeting AGM, held on the 6th of July 2026. The details are on pages 298 to 300, and the recommendation is that Council, in accordance with WT-HRM 75.03, Rowella Hall Terms of Reference, endorses the appointment of the following 9 people as community members pending nomination of office bearers of the Rowella Hall Committee until the next annual general meeting of the committee. And they are Amanda Cooper, Andrea O'Halloran, Charmaine Campbell, Danny Penny, Gemma Pullen, Ian Bladen, Josephine Rowe, Peter Dawson and Tina Swain. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Councillor Lyons, and a seconder, please. Councillor Lana. Councillor Lyons.
I'd just like to say I was concerned about the standard draft constitution for the various committees at first. Then I had a discussion with an important person on the Rowella committee who explained how they were happy to work with that process. And can I say that I'd be, I've said many times, if you've got 4 people out of most committees around the state, around the West Tamar, you would be, that would be the end of that committee. But I must say the quality of these 9, I think we have a great variety. Going down to 9th, but certainly not least, was a former manager of Comalco, I think. So we've got some quality people, and not only quality in the business world, but quality in terms of the existing committees that kept some of those organisations going for a long time. I've been on a volunteer committee since 1969, and people come and go, but if you've got the quality that Rowella's got, I think they've that's onward and upward.
Thank
and I
you.
congratulate them for their nomination.
Thank you. Councillor Lana.
Thank you. A great bunch of people, a lovely old hall, a connected community. It's got all that we need in our dispersed communities. I'd just like to make reference to the strategic plan point 3.1, our community. The goal is to maintain an engaged and active community where partnerships are established, needs are identified, and council assists in achieving sustainable outcomes. And a part of that is that council will monitor and respond to changing demographics and community needs. The old strategic plan 2022 to 2032 has still got 6 years to run. I think it's done a very good job, but commendations to the membership and the 9 people that are putting their hands up for the Rowella Hall Committee.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Just, if I may, Madam Mayor, seeing I'm the council rep for this committee and the hall, which I have been for about 6 to 8 years. Can't really recall, but that's beside the point. Great attendance at the AGM. I'd say there was about 35, 40 people there. 6 put their hand up at the time. 3 then jumped on board later on. We have one of the members here with us today, Danny Penny. So thanks for sticking your hand up. It's a great cross section of the community. And I'm looking forward to spending what time I have left with the Hall Committee over the next few months. Some left, some jumped on, but I would like to pay or a big thank you, to Ros Bender. Ros was the treasurer for a long, long time. She's decided not to run this time, so I just like to mention her for her support and great due diligence with treasurer's role over probably the last 6 to 8 years as well, to be honest, from memory. So sorry to see her go, but we can all understand that some of these positions, need to change over hands. So I'm looking forward to moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Lyons to close, I'd also like to just name one particular person, not being a member of that committee, Charmaine Campbell, who has been she hasn't missed a beat in terms of keeping this council well informed, sending out the minutes on time. She's done a great job. And I'd also like to thank those that have put their hands up for this committee, but also to thank the previous committee. I think we've been very lucky with the Rowella Hall Committee, and it really is a model committee that some of the committees in our halls could well
Absolutely
try to take their example. They've been fantastic. So thank you to the new team and thanks to the previous one. So without further ado, I'll ask Councillor Lyons to close.
Again, I agree. Charmaine sends us the minutes, which we get almost immediately. The meeting is finished, so it makes you feel like you're actually at the meeting. I congratulate her and the other committee, and I shouldn't let this go without thanking Richard for his intervention to actually fire the Rowella committee up some years ago. He did a great job, and it's a wonderful committee and a great hall. I look forward to many more of their presentations of events.
Thank you. So I'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously, 7-0. Now, number 11, development. Development 1 is submission to state planning provisions, draft amendment 01-2026, secondary residence. And the summary is that the Tasmanian Planning Commission is currently exhibiting draft amendment 01-2026, the amendment to the state planning provisions, SPPs. The amendment makes changes to how secondary residences are assessed under the planning scheme and increases the allowable floor areas from 60 square metres to 90 square metres, and written submissions are invited until Wednesday the 22nd of July 2026. And the purpose of this report is for Council to endorse a draft submission to the TPC. The details are on page 301 to 307, and the recommendation is that Council endorse the submission on the draft amendment 01-2026 state planning provisions, secondary residence included as attachment 1, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to sign the submission and submit to the Tasmanian Planning Commission. Will somebody please move? Councillor Lyons. And a seconder, please. Councillor Mantikas. Councillor Lyons.
Well, I support this document. I think it's important that we make a submission. The parking is an issue, and having two addresses is another issue that I think is important. I know when the Riverside Men's Shed started to build, they had a real problem with power in the power could only go to one address. So I think it's important that the address thing is addressed, and I think the parking is an issue. I don't know how you overcome it, but I think it's worth mentioning in this submission, and I support the document.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mantikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll support the submission as it's presented. Obviously, our wonderful planning team in the council have done a lot of the heavy lifting for us and just sort of guided us through the process to provide feedback. Just noting, obviously, it's state government legislation, and whilst we can't dictate, they've invited commentary from our expert planners, and I'm glad to see that some of the things that were discussed are included in this submission. So happy to support it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just to note that I don't agree with all that's in the letter, or don't necessarily agree, I should say, but I'm happy to support it based on that it's really coming from a planning perspective, and I think it will be good food for thought for them. So happy to endorse the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
this was a great document, well written. It covers off what we see as a problem with this draft amendment.
Yep.
I see throughout the letter inconsistency. This may not reflect the intended outcome. Inconsistency. I see that you've mentioned additional private open space should be required for, private open space, because we're increasing from 60 to 90, and a 90-metre residence could actually house 6 people. It's important that there actually is room around that residence to be able to go out and do daily activities, whatever they may well be. It's also important through this letter it's likely to add operational requirements of councils, including roads and rubbish. And also, there's been confusion regarding the addressing standards that I think Councillor Lyons mentioned as well. So fully support the letter, well written, and to see what the result comes back.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Lyons, will you close?
Well, I think the whole tenor of this letter is right, because we have an opportunity to have a bit bigger granny flat, so to speak. I think that's appropriate in this time of housing crisis, really. But I think the council's covered off on the things that the government should think about in relation to that this proposal, and I commend it.
Thank you very much. I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Corporate. Item 12 is corporate, and the 12.1 is the proposed funding agreement for Just Cats Tasmania Incorporated, and the purpose of this report is for councillors to consider a new funding agreement with Just Cats Tasmania from pages 308 to 316. And the recommendation is that Council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate a funding agreement with Just Cats Tasmania Incorporated, which includes the following conditions. an allocation of $12,000 for the 2026-27 financial year, increased by 3% each subsequent financial year for the duration of the funding agreement. Just Cats Tasmania Incorporated is excluded from applying for any further West Tamar Council funds, including any grants for the duration of the funding agreement, and Just Cats Tasmania Incorporated provide an annual acquittal and activity report by the 31st of August each year relating to the previous financial year, and that funding be used for programs and services that directly support cat management and animal welfare outcomes that benefit the West Tamar municipality. And point 2 is that the Council authorises the Chief Executive Officer to take all steps necessary to sign the funding agreement once terms satisfactory to the Chief Executive Officer are agreed. Will somebody please move the recommendation? Councillor Ferguson, seconded Councillor Lyons. Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, I'm happy to support this. This is a very sensible thing to do in this time where we do have cat issues in the community. So we want to see this organisation continue to provide service, and they do a very good job. It's actually a small amount of money to contribute for what they're doing for a greater problem. And this council has been very clear with our expectations on state government on cat management more broadly. But yeah, I think this is a good investment and one that we should approve.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons.
I just support the proposal to assist the funding of Just Cats Tasmania. From the numbers I've seen, they do a good job, and I think it's important for these small organisations to have known funding into the future so they know where they're going. We put a lot of emphasis on our 10-year plan. Well, these organisations are in the same boat. They need to know where they're going and what they're going to do. And I think a proposal that's agreed by the Chief Executive, I'm sure she'll be aware that there'll be scrutiny on her agreement. So I'd be very happy with that. And I think this is a small amount to pay for a great cause and a great task. And if we had to do it by ourselves and appoint another person like a dog catcher, I'm sure it would cost a lot more than this. So
and it would take a lot longer.
I support the recommendation.
Up the cats. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Ferguson, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Does anybody else wish to speak?
I think, I'm sorry.
And I will say something as well.
I hope I'm not going well what you just said. Not that I turned off, but I just want to indicate that in 24-25, they took in 79, this is from West Tamar, 74 strays, 29 surrendered and 11 trapped, and then did 313 discounted desexing, but that was in the northeast, so not just West Tamar. So they took in 30, 104, 115 or so cats for the year, and that's just the West Tamar. So, and that's let alone some other organisations such as the trappers that go down to the national park at Greens Beach.
The Landcare Group.
Landcare Group. So I think that's a fantastic result, and I think that it's a good investment.
Thank you. Before I ask to close, I'll also make a comment that we know that since working with West Tamar Landcare in trying to control feral cats in the northern part of our municipality, we've had great results. The Landcare Group have a qualified cat catcher. That person sets the traps, goes out and examines the cats. If they're chipped, they go aside. If they're a feral cat, they're euthanized on the spot. And to give you an idea how serious this is, that in one small community like Clarence Point, there were 39 traps, there were 40 traps sent one day, and 39 cats were caught overnight. Now, some of them were, domestic moggies. But the tragedy is that cat management is something that the state government has shifted on to councils. It's primary industries that should be dealing with cats. And until the government is brave enough to say that cats have to be confined, desexed, and chipped, you're always going to have cat problems. And so we are left to carry the can because we're concerned about the problem in our municipality, and I will be voting for it. So now, without further ado, Councillor Ferguson, nothing further. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Community 13, sponsorship request, the Royal Yacht Club of Tasmania. And the purpose of this report is for Council to consider a sponsorship application from the Royal Yacht Club of Tasmania in relation to the revived Australian Three Peaks race commencing from Beauty Point in Easter 2027. The details are found from pages 314 to 319. And the recommendation is that Council express in principle support for the Australian Three Peaks race commencing from Beauty Point in 2027, approve a financial contribution of $10,000 as the host region partner, provide in-kind support subject to detailed planning and a cost cap of $2,500, request a detailed event operations plan from the Royal Yacht Club of Tasmania, outlining infrastructure, traffic, waste and activation requirements, engage with the Visitor Northern Tasmania and local tourism operators to maximise regional benefits, and to receive a further report once operational requirements and costs are confirmed. Will somebody please move those recommendations? Thank you, Councillor Ireland. A seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Ireland.
I hope this event is a great success. It stopped 13 years ago, and prior to that, it really was good. I'm so pleased that one of the conditions is they have an event plan as part of the conditions, because the last thing I want is for this thing to be based on the finish and not on the start, because it starts in our area and it's on Good Friday, which is only about 7 months away. So we've got they have got a lot of planning to do, and I hope they really do a good job. So I really support this, but I really hope it becomes a good event again.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just speak in support of it. It would be just so good if this really was replaced in our calendars. And it has been an excellent event. So wish it all the best. And I'm sure our people will keep in contact with the organisers and keep us briefed on how it's all going.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons. Yes, Councillor Lyons.
I support this event. I think it's a very difficult event because all of the competitors, all of the yachts, and all the people are there at the start. But the finish might be at 1 o'clock in the morning with only one boat and another one 2 days away. So it's a very difficult race and I hope the Tamar Yacht Club could manufacture an event so that people are there for the finish. But I'm absolutely convinced that the West Homer can do very well out of the start. And I absolutely support it. I think it's important, even if we're not running it, to make it a winner. And I think, as Councillor Ireland said earlier in the day, I think at the workshop, this is a really important event and could be the event for the West Homer going into the future. So I wish them all success, and I hope that the council can really get behind the Royal Yacht Club and make this a real winner for Northern Tasmania.
Thank you, Councillor Shingle.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This will be the event for the West Tamar as it was back in the days. I don't want to go too far into it, but I was deputy mayor back at the time when it still existed, and I think you were deputy mayor after me when it ended. I'm not saying it was your fault, of course, but I'm just saying. But that's the history, and I can recall going to it, and it was a great family day out. I think it was held on the long weekend. Is that?
Yes,
Yeah,
Easter.
Easter Friday.
Easter
That's right,
weekend.
Easter weekend. So it was a great community event, and there were cars parked, as you recall, Madam Mayor, all over Beauty Point, trying to finally get a
And
spot.
Garden Island
And Garden Island.
Clarence Point,
Yeah.
all the way down the river.
So I just hope with this money, the sponsorship, that we get our money, value for money, I'm sorry, and the event is as exciting and as good for the West Tamar as what it was before, because it just doesn't bring people to Beauty Point. It brings people to the West Tamar. And I'm really excited about this. This has been hanging in the wings for many years, and I know one of our ex-councillors has been pushing this for many years as well. I'm sure he'll be delighted to see that it's back. And I just hope that the Royal Yacht Club can do as good a job as what we did, and the Tamar Yacht Club did back in the earlier days.
Any Councillor Manticas?
Yeah, no, thank you. Happy to support this. And I think one thing that we haven't discussed today with regards to this sponsorship request is the broader economic impact of all the accommodation providers, the restaurants, the pubs, and the clubs that'll be full as a result of everyone coming from either interstate, intrastate, or from away from the West Tamar. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for our businesses to be prepared for this. Traditionally, I understand Easter's a busy time for them anyway, but hopefully, by us supporting this now, our economic development officer can make contact with a number of those businesses so they can anticipate the flux in demand, because they're going to benefit from this immensely as well. So when you're able to sponsor one event, it's great. When that event draws people in on quite a large scale, it's even better for our thriving economy. So happy to support it.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would concur with all of the comments made by the councillors. I know that when when I was living down the river, Good Friday was, it was a buzz with people, and there were markets in the Clarence Point Hall, and people were coming in off their yachts to, buy a sausage, and there was a great feeling. And I do hope that our hospitality and our accommodation businesses in the valley really, get into the spirit with this, because the other, I think one of the reasons why the last race fell was because there just weren't enough people in the committee to keep it going. And the lack of recognition in Hobart was literally nil. With the Royal Yacht Club now handling the finishing line, and they do the Sydney Hobart Yacht Race, I think there's going to be a lot more emphasis on promoting this race, which is quite something. For those of you that don't know it, you have to have a marathon runner on the yacht, and they go to Flinders Island and they run up Mount Strzelecki. They then get back on the boat, sail down to Coles Bay. They go up the middle mountain, whatever that's called, come back to the boat, sail down to Hobart. Then the final runner has to go up to Mount Wellington, top of the pinnacle, and come back to finish the race. So it should, I think it will attract a lot of attention. So I'll be supporting as well. Councillor Ireland, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. I recall when this last was on, that the then mayor of West Tamar got to fire the starting cannon.
Yes.
So I hope that tradition continues, and I hope we get lots of bang for our buck.
Thank you. I will now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. We're doing some nice stuff today. The next item 14 is, I think, hang on a sec. No, item 13.2, sponsorship request for the Transplant Games. And the purpose of this report is for Council to consider a sponsorship application for the Australian Transplant Games to support a thank you breakfast event at the end of the Australian Transplant Games 2026. The details are on page 325 to 332, and the recommendation is that Council approve a $5,000 cash sponsorship for Transplant Australia to support the volunteer thank you barbecue associated with the 2026 Australian Transplant Games, acknowledge the hosting of the football competition within the West Tamar municipality at Windsor Park on a fabulous oval, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to finalise sponsorship arrangements and recognition opportunities with Transplant Australia, and to receive a post-event summary outlining outcomes and attendance associated with the volunteer thank you barbecue. Will somebody please move that recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. And a seconder, Councillor Ireland? Oh, Councillor Ireland. Thank you. As long as you don't do that at auctions, Councillor Ireland. So, Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, so this was discussed at workshop. Very happy to support this. What an important cause for Transplant Australia, who are having their a national event here in West Tamar, the West Tamar area. This is basically a thank you barbecue with the participants in the games. So yeah, and we've had assurances that where possible the monies will be spent in the West Tamar in terms of foods and condiments, etc. Yeah, so happy to support this and wish the event all the best.
Thank you, Councillor Ireland.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Manticas.
Yes, well, everyone knows how hard it is for me to bite my tongue sometimes, but I think $5,000 for a sausage sizzle is excessive. I don't see the broader benefits to the community, such as that of other sponsorship requests that we go to. The matrix score of 36.33 out of 55 is relatively low, in my opinion. And I think when I compare it to other sponsorship requests or events that we do, and I am going to mention the Australia Day events that we put on, I don't see this as giving as much bang for our buck back to the community as what I would expect. I would support a partial sponsorship of their request, but I don't think that that's on the table before us today. So, given that, I won't be supporting this. I do not believe $5,000 for a bus fare and some sausages is good use of ratepayers' money. I think that the organisation itself is doing wonderful things, and I think it's easy to see what the benefits to them would be, but I'm really struggling to see what the benefits to our ratepayers would be for the justification of this kind of a commitment. Notwithstanding that, in any event, I think I'll wish them good luck with their event and choosing to host it all around Launceston, but I just can't support the amount or the purpose.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes.
Councillor Lyons. And then Councillor Hunt.
I disagree with Councillor Manticas in terms of the audience for this are the volunteers, the football and participants and officials, donor families, transplant recipients, supporters and community representatives. These will be some of the leaders in Australia and will be providing as a host an event that just gives them a sausage and maybe a refreshment at the end of an event which will require lots of volunteers to go way beyond what they normally would do for such an event. Having been involved in the sort of development of a large sporting event and being responsible for logistics at that event, there is more that goes on than actually meets the eye. And I think this will be a very good event for the West Tamar and for Northern Tasmania. And let's face it, we need all the volunteers we can get, and it's small encouragement by providing a bus to take them to an event, a few buses to go to events, and providing a sausage at the end of, probably 2 years of work that they've put into these events. I absolutely find this a very reasonable proposal, and I trust that it'll put in the minds of all those people from all over Australia and possibly international of the wonderful support that West Tamar Council provided for the event.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Any other comments? Caroline, Councillor Lana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very easy for councillors sitting around the table to think, oh, well, we've got this slush fund. It's popular to, I'm sorry, I'm being cynical, to donate to groups, but we do need to be mindful of the extent of that, and I believe there needs to be a return to the general community. This is on behalf of an organisation who do have other means of raising funds. I think it's more appropriate, maybe a half the amount contribution, but I mean there are organisations such as Lions and Rotary who would be very happy, I think, to provide barbecue facilities. I just think it is a bit excessive, considering it's ratepayer funding that may be better spent in their local amenity.
Thank you, Councillor Lana. Councillor Shegot.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I do take a little offence that we don't have a slush fund. We use councillors' ratepayers' monies properly and in accordance with the principles and the policies the West Tamar Council deliver.
I apologise.
Okay, thank you. Look, it does sound a lot of money. It is not just for sausages, it's actually for transport. There's going to be over 100 volunteers, but a total of probably nearly 300, David. So 300 people from around Australia and Tasmania will be coming here to Windsor to have a morning barbecue before there's a 4-game football game on the Windsor Oval afterwards. If it's a delightful day, it's the 3rd of October, so hopefully the weather's pleasant. And I think it's a good showcase, not just to Windsor, but to the West Tamar community as well. And look, we don't throw away money willy-nilly. It seems like we've had a big day of sort of doing that in some respects, but this is a sponsorship. Councillor Manicus, I take your point about Australia Day, but that occurs every year. This is a one-off. They may never ever come back to Tasmania, and the fact that they've chosen Windsor Precinct to have their final barbecue and their get-together, I think, is very, very special, a very, very special day. So I know it sounds like I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Before I ask Councillor Ferguson to close, I'm going to, I will be supporting this. I had an indirect contact many years ago with a family whose little girl had cystic fibrosis, and she would have died by the age of 7 if she hadn't had a lung transplant. So, in my view, $5,000 is worth one life. And I will be supporting this because I think that there is more to a national event that comes to Tasmania. The participants normally bring their families, they stay, they spend money in the municipality. And Councillor Manticas, I don't know the last time you bought sausages, but I had a barbecue the other day and I went into the local butcher at Riverside and I had to pay $17 a kilo for Italian sausages. So the $5,000 ain't going to go far if they go for gourmet sausages. But I think it's a very worthy cause, and I think most importantly, it's going to promote the importance of organ donorship. I think that there are still a lot of people that are waiting, and sometimes they have to wait, and nothing happens to them. So I'm a great supporter of this. So without further ado, Councillor Ferguson, do you want to close?
Yeah, just that hopefully this will get fuller support from council. This just goes to show the space that where we play in our role in the community. This is a good investment. This is an opportunity to activate this issue more. It scored reasonably low in the matrix, and although we're not the highest performer in transplants, we're in the medium. From what I can see, we could do better. So I think the score could do better, but I think our transplant rates also could do better, which is, I think, this is probably one of the drivers for this event. So let's get behind it and obviously support the activities of the games.
Thank you. So now I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? In favour, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Sheargold, Councillor Homdale and Councillor Allen. Against, Councillor Mantikas and Councillor Lana. Next item 14, community assets. There is nothing in that agenda item, nor is there in item 15, people, culture and safety, and item 16, petitions. Yes, Councillor Lund.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a petition that a local ratepayer has asked me to present. He's not here today.
Yes.
It's all authorised, and hopefully it's according to the standards of petitions being.
Point of order.
Yes.
Sorry to butt in. How is this in order? How is this in order? So I'm missing where we are.
Oh, page 335, petitions.
It is.
Yes.
In order?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Asked if I can present. I have a brief statement to the subject matter. No?
No, if you would just present it to the CEO.
I could ask that it be considered for tabling in council records.
If I may, Madam Mayor, the rules around petitions are clear within the Local Government Act. Once the petition is received by me, council officers will ensure that it meets the requirements. If it meets the requirements, it'll be printed in the next available agenda. If it doesn't, we'll be in contact with the community member for whom or who is lodging it.
Thank you. So, item 17. Notice of motions, and the purpose of this report is to provide council with advice in relation to a motion received on notice from Councillor Caroline Lana in accordance with Section 65 of the Local Government Act 1993. Councillor Lana.
I have a declaration of interest, which I have mentioned earlier. May I speak to the nature of the interest?
No.
No.
You've already made your declaration.
Yes. And Councillor Mantikas has
for the same reason.
For the same reason. So now I have to ask somebody to move that motion. Is anybody prepared to move that motion? There isn't a mover for that motion, so it lapses.
Can I get one of the council officers to bring in the two councillors?
Can I just make a point of motion, please? Oh, not a point of motion, point of order.
Yeah.
Before the two. This motion has been put to us on several occasions by Councillor Lana, on 3 different occasions and 3 different versions. And 2 weeks ago, she had the opportunity to socialise this motion with us in an informal meeting and did not. And so it's very hard to take on another councillor's motion without any prior knowledge as to what the real intent is. So it is what it is, but I just wanted to give a bit of background, and I'm disappointed that hadn't been socialised with us beforehand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor. Yes.
At any time, ask a question.
Sorry.
Just
Councillor Mantikas, I'll get you to be back in. Sorry.
just to question the Chief Executive through you, meetings with politicians that might have occurred recently, is that confidential information?
I don't think if you're referring to council meeting with the Minister for Planning on Monday, I don't believe that's confidential information.
Okay. And so my question is, was this raised yesterday or in that meeting when we were in the presence of the very minister that's named in this motion?
No.
Was it raised with the minister?
No, it wasn't.
Right.
Thank you. So Councillor Manticas can come in and Councillor Lana can come back. And we go to 17.1.2, and it's a motion by Councillor Manticas for the motion on electro poll for weekly garbage collection. And the purpose of this report is to provide council with advice in relation to a motion received on notice from Councillor Manticas in accordance with Section 65 of the Local Government Act 1993. Councillor Manticas, would you like to present your motion?
I move it as read in the agenda.
Thank you. And for the benefit of those in the meeting today, the motion is that council initiate weekly general garbage collection and fortnightly recycling collection from. I beg your pardon. And the recommendation that council support an elector poll to be run in conjunction with the 2026 local government elections, asking the question, do you support weekly rubbish collection, excluding FOGO and recycling? Council authorises the CEO to liaise with the Commissioner to run an elector poll to coincide with the 2026 local government elections. Councillor Manticas. And yes, and I need a seconder for that motion, please. There isn't.
I'll second the motion.
Councillor Sheagold, second.
Well, if that's not an indication as to what the result's going to be.
Councillor Manticas.
Thank you. Well, look, this is an issue that is raised quite often around election time, every single time. And instead of trying to ask council to determine the substantial issue as to whether or not we think weekly rubbish is appropriate, the only real way to get an understanding of the community is by way of an elector poll. There's been much discussion over the years about, do we see a need for it? Is there a demand for it? Well, we all speculate, but without actually knowing what the broader community's views are on this particular issue. It doesn't have to be done now, but the reason why I've moved it now for an elector poll is because the cost benefit to council doing it in conjunction with the election is significantly better, far off better for the community pockets to do it at a local government election. The cost could be around $30,000. Doing it outside of cycle of an election, it could be $120,000. I understand there are broad-ranging views on the substance of the motion itself, but I believe that the purpose of elector polls is to actually poll our community on issues. Maybe this isn't the issue that needs polling, but it is up for consideration. I might be the Lone Ranger in supporting it today, but I'll do so with pride, because I do believe before this council can move forward, that we at least need to know once and for all whether or not there is broad community support for weekly rubbish or if there is not. And I'm quite open to the results either way and then taking those on board as well. So nothing further to say.
Any other?
1 second.
Councillor Sheagold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, Councillor Manicus is quite right. He brought this to the last election and he has spoken about this over the last 4 years. And I take my hat off to him for doing so, because for myself and other long-serving councillors, this can has been kicked down the road for many, many years. And I do recall when we actually had weekly garbage collection and then went to single. Some people have got used to it, and there may be some people within our community that haven't, or are due to bringing in families and whatever else, require an extra collection. I'm not, by saying this, indicating whether I support weekly collection or not. All I'm saying is that I support an elector poll to find out whether we need weekly rubbish, and then if we don't, then that puts it to bed, because we may have another few extra councillors this October, November, and one of them may want to talk about weekly rubbish collection. Well, To be honest, I don't. I wanted to put it to bed for once and for all. Now, as long as the right questions are asked and not simply, do you support weekly rubbish collection, excluding FOGO and recycling? That's pretty basic. And there were some suggestions before by Councillor Ireland that I thought were quite good. And I'm not sure how we're going to add them into this motion, but it may come further down the track, CEO, for a general discussion on the question, or will this just be simply the question on the elector poll? Because if that's the case, I think we need to make an amendment to this to ensure that those points that Councillor Ireland made earlier are included. What's your advice on that?
So
So the question here, is that going to be the question?
yes, that will be the question. What happens with an elector poll is there will need to be some explanatory material that will go to, that includes any costs or any other things that we're aware of that needs to happen. Council can decide whether it simply wants to have a preamble or whether there is a clear yes or no case that will go with that. Bearing in mind we are coming very close now to local government elections, the elector poll information will go out with other local government information, voting information. So once a decision is made, that's the second part in terms of authorising me to work with the Commissioner. It's the Commissioner's job to ensure that it is a fair process. And so we will need to work with him to finalise all of the material that needs to go in, and that'll have to happen reasonably quickly. So, yeah, that's a long answer, I know, but in short, yes, there has to be a preamble to this, but that is the exact question that will be asked.
So some of the points that Councillor Isla made earlier could be included in that preamble.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm happy to support it based on those. I don't know, Councillor Ireland, if you wish to read out, because I can't exactly recall which ones they were, because I think it's important that they are noted. That's why we're voting this way, not to say we want it, but simply that we want to ask our community whether they want it.
I'm truly conflicted on this. The advantages are that this would put the issue to bed once and for all, which is great. That's a good thing. The disadvantages are that we don't know the exact cost. They talk about 30,000, but they don't actually specify. They say it could be more than that. So we would be committing to a cost of 30,000 plus. And I'm beginning to think it's a waste of money, because I'm personally convinced that the intelligent people of West Tamar, when you put together the arguments, the extra cost, the extra road wear, the extra carbon emissions, 75% of the West Tamar people will not want this. I guarantee that. I can't guarantee that. That's what I feel. So although I'd love to put this issue to bed, there's two issues against it. One is we're spending 30,000 plus. And the second thing, I think I know the answer already. So why waste the money? Thank you.
Councillor Lyons.
I thank Councillor Manicas for bringing this up, because I think it raises a greater issue, and that is a way of determining what ratepayers want. And that's a very difficult thing. Basically, you can get people who are against something, but not very often you can get people in favour of things. So I think it's and somehow, somewhere down the track, local government have to work out a way of assessing community views. However, I agree with Councillor Ireland. I don't think if all of the matters are put to the people, I don't think West Tamar residents would approve it. I mean, why should we? There are options for an additional bin, a larger bin, and those people who have that rubbish pay for it. If we have weekly collection, everybody pays. So those people who are reducing their rubbish for the sake of the environment, they are going to be disadvantaged, and people who
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Councillor Lyons is getting into the debate on whether we need weekly rubbish rather than whether we need a petition.
But I think I think you're right. But I'm trying to put a case that the elector poll would lose, and there are reasons. Why should a person who is not well off have to pay for those that have more rubbish? In the poll, I think the minds of people in the West Tamar would be no, we should not support this. So 30,000 plus for a ballot for, I perceive, not being able to get through. I think that is a waste of money, but we should, in the future, work out ways, and it may be using AI to determine the views of the community into the future, but I would not be supporting this 30,000 plus spend.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Lana.
Maybe the annual residents' opinion survey might be a more cost-effective place to run it by the community.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm with Richard on this. I'm right down the middle on this because, and I think the thing that hasn't been discussed is how often have we discussed this? And
Heard you say, Rick. Let him.
and so we have discussed this so frequently, and we haven't actually been able to confirm actually what the community wants. I don't think we have done it. And if you look at the information, there isn't a strong case for it. And my concern is that one is that if we don't get the preamble right, if we don't get the information right, then how many people will just tick yes because it's convenient, not knowing that some of those people are going to be putting half-empty bins out or forgetting to put their bins out, or it doesn't matter if you forget to put miss 1 week, you can do it the next week, you know. So I am actually really am contemplating this decision because the other way of looking at this is one, how much time we've spent talking about it, and two, how much would it cost for us to get this answer? And 30,000 seems like a lot, but I'm pretty sure if you look at costs of surveys, consultants, or any type of process, does cost money too, and it takes time of council staff or whatever means you have to implement. So so I'm sort of right now deciding what I'm going to do.
I beg your pardon. I won't be supporting this motion for a number of reasons. I think when the West Tamar Council first introduced fortnightly rubbish collections, I think that they had a very solid case as to why they were doing it. And there was a little bit of niggly reaction from the ratepayers. Oh, you know, Launceston has a weekly rubbish collection. But I think that from an economic point of view, it's not just the $30,000 for the survey. It could go as far as $60,000 depending on how many people get involved. It also means that there's going to be, we've seen the figures from our service provider, our rubbish collection provider. That is going to increase rates. Nearly half of the Tasmanian councils now have fortnightly collections. There are, as I can't remember who said it, but I think Councillor Lyons, there are bigger bins if people are having a problem with the amount of rubbish that they have to deal with. I don't believe that the whole municipality should be punished for it. And I think that if you look at the trends, more and more councils on the mainland are going to fortnightly collections as well. So I think for the very reasons that it's going to be an increase in our rates. It's going to cost more than $30,000 to $60,000, and I won't be supporting it. It's a lot of money to pay to get an answer. So, without further ado, I'll ask.
Just a question,
Yes.
if I may. Just to clarify the costs through the chief executive. I mean, I've read the report, but what's the best estimate on the cost?
It is recovery from the Tasmanian Electoral Commission. So in reality, we think somewhere between $1.50 to $2.50 per elector is about right. And then it depends, because it is a compulsory election. It doesn't mean, though, that everybody will send back an answer to the elector poll. So it really comes down to how many, they call it throwing, how many they've got to throw, how many they've got to count to what the cost is. And that's why we've put an approximate there, because it just depends if there's 15,000 or 19,000. The $1.50 to kind of $2.50 is based on the amount of work that's required, not only in the throw and the count, but in getting together the preamble or the yes and no case and the setup of the actual elector poll as well. And that's time that we would spend with the commissioner. So we can really only do our best guesstimate about what that is, because it really does depend on the amount of people who respond and the amount of work it takes to get the case shaped up the way council wants it to actually be included in the local government booklet.
So, Councillor Manticas, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mayor. Look, and I think, we've all got some differing opinions as to what we think the result might be. And if I use Councillor Ireland's example of 75% being against it, what that does, though, it also is very telling that we've got 25% of the community that might want an increased level of service that we're not providing. And so I think the important thing about an elector poll, it gives an absolute clear-cut response to council so that they've got information. And that information is key, especially in regards to our service delivery, whether it's a weekly service or if it's increasing bin sizes. It can lead on to other questions like what's stopping people from upgrading to other bins if we've got such a high proportionate of people that want to see a weekly service. So I think the question goes more to whether or not you get value for money just on that particular question. It also gives good insight, and it's a pulse check of the community with what they would like to see, not whether or not we see the value in it as individuals, but whether or not they do. And if they don't see the value, there is a really good case to say that, you've got to accept the will of the people, but it might then prompt other conversations about what services we are delivering, how we can improve those to better cater to 100% of the community, not just necessarily 75%. So I think that there is still merit in doing it, and the only sensible or logical time to do it is at obviously an election. And I don't know who it was that says that I've kept harping on about it for 4 years. And look, I hate to break it to you, unless there's an elector poll, I'm going to continually harp on it because, whether we like it or not, it was an election commitment that I said to the ratepayers of West Tamar that I was going to pursue, and no one can accuse me of not. I've persistently pursued it.
Point of order. Could that be interpreted as a non-pecuniary conflict to be raising a motion on this matter?
Good point. Okay, I think I will now put it to the vote. All those in favour of the motion? In favour is Councillor Manticas, Councillor Shegog. All those against? Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Lyons, Councillor Homdale, Councillor Ireland, and Councillor Lana. So now we come to the motions without notice, and I would like to present a motion without notice. Councillor Manticas. You've got one as well, and Councillor. Okay, I'll leave mine till last. Councillor Manticas.
Perhaps, Madam Mayor, through you, if we could perhaps adjourn for 5 minutes so that we can get all of the motions up and ready to go. It might make it quicker to actually get through.
This one.
Yeah, because we can get them up on the screen then
Yeah.
and make sure everybody's happy with them. If you can
Yes.
give us maybe 5 to 10 minutes to get all of the motions up, that
I
would
think
be great.
I think I emailed you one about 10 minutes ago,
Yep.
so you should have it in your inbox.
No worries. Thank you.
So we will adjourn for 5 minutes, and I'm really sorry that it's dragging out like this, but
Can I stop this?
got a few items to go, and then we'll be into confidential. But there are just a few, and I think they're quite good items. You might be interested. So, in motions without notice, there is a notification from Councillor Matikas, Councillor Lana, and Councillor Hondal to move motions without notice. So, Councillor Matikas, you're first off the.
Yep. Fantastic. Thank you, Mayor. So I move that the Council write to the Ministers for Planning and Environment to ask whether Tasmania's current planning and environmental laws are fully equipped to assess modern, high-tech emerging industries and whether, in their view, introducing clearer statewide standards would provide greater certainty for communities, councils and developers.
May I have a seconder for that motion, please? Councillor, I think Councillor Ferguson was first. Yes, Councillor Matikas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I think, the sentiment of the community at the moment as a whole is that they have an expectation that council have in some way, shape or form the ability to change state-based planning legislation. And it's not the case. What we can do, though, is we can write to the ministers responsible seeking their input as to whether or not they think that the current planning framework that was introduced in this state in 1993, so it's, 33 years old as of today, is relevant for modern and emerging companies and is reflective of the values of modern society when it comes to the assessment criteria that statutory planning authorities such as ourselves, when we see it, whether or not, in their view, they think that it's a good idea to potentially review those statewide planning legislation that's in place. I speak to this, I know it's just a letter, but I note that in recent times the state government has been relatively silent, and this is coming from both sides of Parliament with regards to a number of developments within the Greater Launceston region. And I think it's important that they finally have a voice and an opinion as to whether or not they are content with the current standards of assessment under the current planning scheme, or whether they believe that there could be some scope to introducing some form of a reform. I understand that when we sit as a planning authority, we have no choice but to implement planning standards that are in place as of today. We don't get a say in that matter. There's statewide legislation that the state government set with regards to all planning legislation in Tasmania, and councils have got to be at the coalface of assessing these applications in accordance with that legislation. So I think from an advocacy level across a broad base of industries, across a broad base of community concerns that are varied in respect to emerging and modern companies choosing to do business in Tasmania, that it's important that we seek some guidance from the relevant ministers on their views and whether or not there is any scope for movement in their eyes in the future on the current standards that are in place.
Thank you, Councillor Matikas. Do I have a seconder for that motion?
Yes, you did.
Oh, Councillor Ferguson, I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I commend Councillor Manicus for this motion. I think this is not only timely but very important. That this is an opportunity to pose the question and also expect some accountability on this issue, because the planning scheme is quickly. It's the challenge it has is to remain relevant to these emerging technologies. And if you look at the new technologies, the new industries that are emerging, whether it be AI centers, whether it's data centers, it's rapidly changing. And so I think this is a worthwhile effort, and I would commend the motion.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Lana.
I commend you for your motion, Councillor Manicus. Can I ask for an amendment that we have urgent in there somewhere, urgently, right? Just given the rapidity of these developments and community concern about that rapid development without enough information, we need to consider that this is a matter of informed consent and free speech, actually. Informed consent, social license for these brand new technological hyperscale facilities, it certainly needs to be looked at, and it is encouraging. I'm not sure that there's enough detail that the federal government is establishing a committee for this very reason.
Thank you. Councillor Anticas, do you agree to that amendment?
What I was going to say is that you need the consent of the mover and the seconder. I don't consent to urgently write to the minister because I believe our CEO and our mayor, I don't want to dictate your timelines, but I have trust and confidence that if this motion is passed by resolution, you'll action it pretty quickly. It's hard to say as well, putting an urgency on state ministers as well, because really the ball's in their court. And I trust that we will get a response because we have received responses before when we've written to ministers. So I won't support the amendment, although it doesn't change the substantive nature of the motion. But you are still free to move that amendment yourself.
And Councillor Lana, I'm sure that in the wording of the letter that the CEO will make it very, very clear that it's not something that should be dragged on.
Yeah, I trust that process.
Thank you. So, yes, Councillor Ferguson, you've spoken. Are there, Councillor Sheegold?
Thank you. It was a bit of a rush to second this motion because I think it's a very good motion brought by Councillor Manicus in the current circumstances of where we're heading in the world with various industries. And I'm not going to name any in particular because that's not the point. We could get a completely different application tomorrow for another different industry. And you've highlighted the planning scheme. It was the last planning scheme, it was 1993. And these types of things were not even thought of back then. So I think that's a great motion and thoroughly supported. So well done.
Thank you. Any other comments? No? Councillor Manticas, would you like to close?
Oh, look, I would, and I'd like to thank members of the community that have raised concerns with me on a number of issues with regards to modern and emerging companies choosing to invest in Tasmania. And rightfully pointed out, we've got, in recent years, we've had hydrogen proponents, we've had advanced manufacturing facilities proposed in northern Tasmania. I believe in the not too distant future, and it's purely speculation, but just based on how we are progressing as a society, that there might even be talk about nuclear energy at some point. Who knows? But it's important that I think that planning schemes remain relevant to society's expectations as well. And I think that a very clear response from the ministers should provide some clarity to the community as to the intent of state government and their ministers and what their intentions may or may not be. And also just stress the importance that community members that hold concerns of any tech company or modern company proposing something that's traditionally different in our planning landscape, it's important that those messages are directed through the appropriate channels. And it's not local government. It is literally the state planning scheme administered by the state government. The Minister for Planning and the Minister for Environment are probably the two people that are tasked with this within their portfolio. And the amount of pressure that community members can place on local government elected members is sometimes unjust. And I just hope that from an educational perspective, that they understand that we have to administer the legislation as set by the state. We don't have a choice but to deviate from those standards. So as local government elected members, when we're not sitting as planning authorities, we're very engaging with our communities. We want to help our communities. We want to try and advance, our own policies to reflect modern society and the expectations placed within the community. But when we come to sitting as a planning authority, our hands are literally tied. So I hope this motion gets support, and I hope that we get some very clear responses from the ministers responsible.
Thank you, Councillor Mantikos. I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillor Lana. Motion. We'll just get it up on the board first, on the screen. Would you like to read it out, Councillor Lana?
Just by way of clarification, this is a motion to rescind the previous motion, which proposed that the residents' opinion survey, which was supported, the results of the residents' opinion survey would be printed in the quarterly report. I'm not sure what date that was to be, but so if I can move that this is, do I need to say that it's rescinding the previous motion?
Say,
If I may, Councillor Lana, I think what you're trying to do is overturn, not rescind, overturn a previous decision. So last month, Council voted on a motion from Councillor Lana that the pulse survey results by settlement and the rest of the results be released via the quarterly report, which would be released in August. And so, from what I understand, Councillor Lana, you're now asking that that one be overturned and that Council release that information within 14 days.
Can I withdraw this motion? It appears to be no longer relevant given the timeline, and that this was in relation to the ratification of the community structure plan.
okay. So it's withdrawn. Councillor Lana, I would suggest to you that this toing and froing with motions takes up a lot of time of staff. And perhaps if you could socialise what you propose to do before the council meeting, it just might help to streamline the process.
I have tried that approach, and sometimes time runs out.
Thank you. So now it comes to my motion, which is quite a lengthy one, but I will read it out. My motion is welcoming and supporting the Sikh community in the West Tamar. And the motion is that Council acknowledges the official opening of the Gurdwara Sat Sangat Sahib, the Sikh Community Centre in Grindelwald, as a significant milestone for the Sikh community and for the broader West Tamar municipality. Number two, that Council recognises the valuable contribution that Sikh residents have made and continue to make to the social, cultural and economic life of the West Tamar, including through volunteering, education, local business and community service. Three, that Council expresses its disappointment at the racist and hateful comments made online following the opening of Gurdwara, together with the reported vandalism of the site shortly afterwards, and that Council reaffirms that racism, religious intolerance and threats of violence have no place in the West Tamar community, and that all residents deserve to feel safe, respected and welcome. And point 5, that Council requests the CEO writes to the Akal Sikh Society, Launceston Incorporated, expressing Council support and solidarity, investigate opportunities for Council to work with the Sikh community on multicultural and community building initiatives, liaise with Tasmania Police regarding any practical measures that may assist in ensuring community safety around the Gurdwara, and report back to Council on any actions that Council can take to strengthen community cohesion and support culturally and linguistically diverse communities within our municipality.
Do you want me to take the chair, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
So that's the motion by the Mayor. Do we need a seconder? Councillor Lyons. Madam Mayor, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. I have to get that back. Thank you. And the rationale for my motion is that the opening of Gurdwara Sat Sangat Sahib brought together visitors from across Tasmania and mainland Australia and marked an important occasion for our municipality. It was a celebration of faith, culture and community, It was deeply disappointing that this positive event was overshadowed by racist online commentary, including comments suggesting the Gurdwara should be burnt down, and by reports of graffiti and vandalism shortly after the opening. So that's my motion and rationale.
Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Lyons.
I haven't had much contact with Sikhs, but I did have one Bhuwan Singh who was in my lodge at Exeter, and he was a great guy, and I'm presuming he's involved with the Grindelwald building as well. But he was also on our board trying to raise money for what's now Tamar Court at Exeter, that building there that the lodge at Exeter started, and building home units for the elderly, and that has been sold since. But and I've got to tell you a humorous story. Bhuwan Singh donated a cow. And of course, Dennis Weidel, who was the chair, he said, "Well, bring it down to my place, and we'll get it in calf, and you get more money if the cow's in calf." And I was the secretary, and I used to write down, and I'd say, "Is the cow in calf yet?" But Dennis used to say, "Well, it's had the opportunity." And for several months, I wrote that down until the cow got in calf. But all I wanted to say that Bhuwan Singh was a great guy, fitted very well into our community at Exeter at the time, and I absolutely support freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and I can't see how we wouldn't absolutely support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. And any other speakers for the motion? Councillor Manigas.
Look, just briefly, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for moving this motion. I think it's timely. We are a multicultural society in the West Tamar, in Tasmania, and in Australia, and everyone has the right to practice their religious beliefs, and they have the right to do so in a safe environment. Everyone has the right to freedom of speech, as long as that speech isn't racist or hatred or breaching any of the standards that we expect as a community. And in our society, we condemn vandalism or destruction of property of another person's property in all forms. So I think this sends a really strong message, and led by our mayor, I think it sends a really clear message that we are a welcoming municipality, and we will not put a voice behind any behaviour that falls short of the expectations that we set as a community. So happy to support this one, and thank you for putting it up.
Any other speakers before we? I would just like to say I agree, and well done, Mayor, for moving this. I knew Mr. Dillon, who was a major mover of this centre for many years. His farm used to border our farm at Exeter, and I went to school with his son, and then he taught me at Riverside High and twisted my ear in my maths class. So apart from that, he's a really nice guy, and I do forgive him for it. I probably was a little bit of a ratbag. And then his daughter became friends with us and my wife at the time, and then his grandson went to school with my son at St. Pat's. There's a great association with Mr. Dillon, but they are just a beautiful family, which reflects the rest of their community. And it's very, very sad to see this has occurred in this day and age in our municipality. I've never seen anything like this before occur, and it's very disappointing. And I hope if there are any issues with the police as far as charges, I hope they do find and deal with those appropriately. Thank you. So back to you, Madam Mayor, to close.
Look, I don't think I've got anything else to add than what I've said, but I think that the experience of last weekend must have been deeply hurtful and concerning to our Sikh community. They make a huge contribution to our society all over Australia. They're hardworking, they're entrepreneurial, they don't miss an opportunity, they don't put their hand out for help. And I'm hoping that this motion will be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So get to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously, 8-0.
Thank you, councillors. Now, item 18 is councillors' questions on notice. There aren't any councillors' questions without notice, and I'll start with Councillor Ferguson.
Microphones. Yes, well, just for noting, I've actually already been able to liaise with the manager, but was just interested in getting an update from State Growth on the Riverside connections or crossings that were concept plans. We're interested in getting an update on that. And that was through YAC. And the other thing is I discussed was the Exeter tip, just some feedback about some difficulty in navigating it and whether council have considered the layout and what can be done to make it easier to navigate. Look, so just those for noting, and I'm sure that Dino will come back to us and I can report to council on it too.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Manticas.
No questions.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. Councillor Sheeter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I just have an update from Dino on the pedestrian bridge at Stony Brook, please? Or is there one?
At this point in time, we're still gathering information. We hope to have an update in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ireland. Councillor Lana.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just asking for an update on council's deliberations over the arts group. I think there was some talk about the Exeter Hub and whether that has progressed. That's one question.
Thank you. We'll get the CEO to answer that one, and then you can ask the next one.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Lana. We are moving into consultation phase with that in terms of talking to the key tenants at the hub, and then it'll go more broadly than that. So it is still moving.
Okay, that's great. Another question. I attended the Rowella Hall Committee in Councillor Shegog's absence, and there was a presentation from one of the local vineyard operators who was asking, with the Festival of Halls coming up, I think January, they said, whether council might consider support for he's a entrepreneurial guy that she had been to see his show, so he specialises in liaising with the community as to what their stories are. So there's that living history, and it certainly goes with the whole, centenaries and all. And then he presents it as quite a humorous show, and it's very entertaining, and it's good humour, but I've recently had the good fortune of hearing a resident of Georgetown actually concerning the industrial hub, his family and local experience of what the Bell Bay precinct meant, and his stories are very vivid, and it would be a lovely thing to do on behalf of the hall. So I'm just wondering, has there been any feedback on that, Councillor Shegog?
Well, I'll just make one point, and then I'll pass it over to the CEO. The Festival of Small Halls is a business, and they come along and they book the small halls in the community. I believe that you have to pay to attend, but an issue that Councillor Manticas brought up the last time support for this particular project came up was that they're quite well, they've got a good balance. So, but I'll hand over to you.
So what I can say, Councillor Lana, is we've received no formal request. If there is something like that, there is either sponsorship or community grants processes, and I would be encouraging anyone who wants to look at that to go through that process.
Can I refer it to your good self?
Thank you for the question. It has been mentioned, and that will be something that will be, I think, discussed when they form a subcommittee to do their anniversary committee for next year. But thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is responses to previous questions on notice, and they're found on page 344 and 345. I will now recommend that pursuant to Regulation 17.1 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2025, Council close the meeting to the public at 5:17 to discuss the items in the agenda for closed session. So I thank everybody. Thank you. And a seconder, please. Thank you very much. And I thank everybody. Yes, and may I please put it to the vote? All those in favour? Carried 7-0. Okay. So then into closing the meeting, the recommendation is that pursuant to the regulation 17.1 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2025, Council close the meeting at 5:45 p.m. to discuss, and they're all done.
Done.
Thank you. And